Chapter 755. At that time, Shu Xiongdong did not stop at all, and pounced straight for Purple Cuckoo City. At that time, the terrifying power from East Immortal City that soared into the sky caused his heart to palpitate and his face to change. That is the highest level of power. Even if it is just an arm of the Death God, holding on to the Death God scythe, it is enough. Compared to them, Han Bingning's team was much quieter. All of the Null Division prisoners had outstanding discipline. This was not so obvious when they were prisoners, but instead displayed their arrogance and untamed nature. But in the training grounds, they worked hard without any complaints, and all of the orders were completed meticulously. He recognized Victor and the rest, but he did not recognize the rest, as their temperament was extremely similar to the prisoners back home. It was his first time seeing so many Null Division prisoners, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. The formation in front of him was like an awakened monster that was constantly moving its body. He thought, this blind man is most likely the true leader of the Null Division. If I can capture this blind man, maybe I can make all of the arrogant and untamed Null Division prisoners obediently listen to me. But, how old are they? Following the changes in the formation, the frequency of their breathing gradually became uniform. With the death of Ghost Face Mask, Purple Cuckoo City became defenseless in his eyes. In the huge training grounds, there were only the sound of footsteps and the heavy breathing, as though they were prehistoric beasts that were swallowing the sun and moon. The people shuttling back and forth were like springs that had been compressed to the extreme, and were suddenly released. But he did not mind it. To him, this level of alertness only made him feel that it was slightly troublesome. He quietly snuck into Purple Cuckoo City, and very quickly realized that all of the important figures of Purple Cuckoo City were actually in the training grounds. Every time the formation revolved, when it came to Victor and the rest, there would be a slight delay. Just at that moment, the blind young man who was seated cross-legged suddenly pressed down with both of his hands. This sound. Is that breathing? Victor and the rest rejoiced in their hearts. They did not hug the wrong thigh. Seeing Ben Sen, who was dejected from the blow, everyone was filled with sympathy. All of them, in terms of individual strength, were all mini-versions of Ben Sen's Jiyu Shui was the strongest. Her role was unique, and her status was equal to Han Bingning and Amauri. Shu and Zhong, Victor, Roland Su and Ben Sen were one rank lower, but with the addition of 4 young points, it allowed the formation to become more sturdy, and had more variations. Ping Xiaoshan, who had recently become much stronger, was the most inconspicuous young point. Han Bingning and Amauri were the 2 most important young points in this formation. The young point was the fulcrum of the battle formation. However, only 2 young points were too weak for the entire battle formation. He needed more young points. The addition of Jiyu Shui and the rest would greatly improve the entire battle formation. Right team, pay attention. Curve, small curve, don't walk in a straight line. Guesses were guesses, knowledge was knowledge, but in the end, no one had seen an army before, and no one knew what a real army was like. This thought moved him even more. He felt that he had made the right decision to come here. Very good. The terrifying blade aura caused the air to tremble, and everything in his field of vision became dim. He traveled day and night without resting, and at that moment, he needed to seize every second. Whoever seized the initiative, even if it was just for an hour, would be able to change the entire situation. From the start, he had never thought that Ghost Face Mask would be able to survive such a terrifying technique, much less contend against it. It was another level of power, and even if it was not complete, it was enough to suppress Ghost Face Mask. Suddenly, his gaze pierced through the layers of people, and landed on the blind man who sat solemnly in the center. Shu Xiongdong's face finally changed. Nai Qiu did not feel happy or sad, it was a problem of tacit understanding. The current situation was much better than before. At the start, the few of them were like headless flies that randomly bumped into the formation, causing the formation to turn upside down. But Nai Qiu did not give up, although he already had Amauri and Han Bingning, the 2 experts in his yin-yang formation, he was able to activate it. The increase in yang points caused the formation to become stronger, but at the same time, it also caused the formation to become more complicated, and the difficulty of training became higher. The rumors regarding the Null Division prisoners had long spread throughout the Sin domain, and the group of people all had the same aura. Many people guessed that it was an army, although armies had long disappeared from the Sin domain, but a lot of related knowledge was still passed down. I can consider it, all of them are not that strong. This way, I can leave a strong impression in their hearts, and make them fear me in the future. The blind man seemed to have sensed his gaze, and suddenly smiled. The breathing sounds of the few hundred people converged into one, like a dragon or snake. The entire place could hear it clearly, as though it was right beside their ears. Their breathing continued to adjust. His gaze landed on Nai Chiu, who was in the middle of the group. All of the orders were given by the blind man. The laws on the blind man's body seemed to be unique, but Xu Xiongdong did not take it to heart. In the Sin domain, there were many unique laws, and it was nothing strange. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. The moving silhouettes shuttled back and forth, as smooth as quicksilver flowing on the ground. But what truly caused his heart to palpitate was the sound of breathing. Everyone's breathing was actually the same. Xu Xiongdong's heart tensed up. Ben Sen had always been the most famous person in the Purple Cuckoo City, but amongst the group of people, he was actually not that outstanding. If Master Ghost Face Mask did not mention it, Ben Sen would not understand how a Maori's terrifying Beast King grade body was born. The ordinary members of the Null Division all had tyrannical bodies that were not inferior to him. Every single one of their bodies were as though they were cast from copper and iron, containing terrifying strength. To any family, such subordinates were something they yearned for even in their dreams. Pay attention to your position, pay attention to your front and left, do not exceed 5 steps, pay attention to your position. Or use your pressure to suppress the entire place. Looking down from the sky, one could see 2 different colored blade auras that resembled snakes or waves, moving about and stacking on top of each other. The Null Division prisoners were disobedient, and to the various families, it was a huge problem, and until now, no one had solved the problem. Seems like the key to solving the problem is the blind man in front of me. Their individual strength was inferior to a Maori and Han Bingning, and even worse than Jiu Shui, their tactics were 0, and in the future, would there still be a place for them in the group? A Maori also kept quiet, he no longer roared, and similarly adjusted his breathing. If they were trained well, they would be able to synchronize their breathing in the blink of an eye. But they were obviously unable to do so, and needed to repeatedly adjust their breathing. The undulations that came from afar caused him to feel fear, and if he was truly in the middle of it, he would definitely not be able to escape death. A group of beast-grade bodies that were comparable to Black Ben Sen, it was a terrifying scene that caused people to tremble. The yin-yang formation that Nai Chiu had gained enlightenment on, was something that even Victor, an experienced and knowledgeable person, had never seen before. It did not require any power of the physique, such a unique attribute caused everyone to click their tongues in wonder. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the scene, his pupils constricting. Looking at these young faces, everyone couldn't help but be speechless in their hearts. Being young meant that they had limitless potential, their foundations were already so solid, and their future achievements were limitless. A group of youths with such solid foundations, as long as they were given time, their future would be unimaginable. When the blade light converged, Han Bingning and Amauri's aura rose to its peak, they took action at the same time, and 2 dazzling blade auras that were over 100 m long swept out. The intense sense of urgency made them work extremely hard. Tactics were foreign to them, but they were all outstanding figures, and quickly understood it. Xu Xiongdong's heart jumped inexplicably, he felt as though a terrifying power was forming. Yin-yang formation, with the yin as the front line, and the yang as the formation point. Xu Xiongdong hid in the shadows in the corner, quietly observing the group of people on the training grounds, his heart trembling with fear and joy. Left team, pay attention to your footstep. The figures were like after-images brought about by high speed, and they came one after another like the waves of the sea. They raised their guillotine blades high up in the air, enveloped by all sorts of light auras, all of the muscles on their bodies tensed up. Xu Xiongdong, who was hiding in the shadows, was determined to obtain all of the prisoners. With so many Null Division prisoners, I can definitely sweep the entire Sin domain. Xu Xiongdong was a cautious man, he did not immediately take action, but observed from the shadows. Blind and frail, this fellow's strength wasn't that high. Amaury's loud voice came out from time to time in the group, his eyes were wide open in anger, he was extremely motivated, his team was invading like fire. After staying together for a few days, the last bit of arrogance in Victor and the rest's hearts had already disappeared. The process of the Null Division members gaining enlightenment on law threads caused Victor and the rest to be dumbstruck. Gaining enlightenment on law threads was not a difficult thing, but it was the first time they had seen it so easily and effortlessly, and furthermore, there were so many of them doing it. In any team, the leader's temperament would affect the entire team's temperament, and Han Bingning's iceberg-like calmness caused her team to display a similar temperament. They were usually silent, and would automatically adjust themselves. Who? Kai. Who? Kai. Could this be an army? The undulations of the yin threads made the entire formation seem as though it had suddenly come alive. Groups of Null Division members followed the yin threads of the formation, weaving in and out, advancing and changing positions. The aura of the formation continued to change. Rush forward, slash downwards. Shu Xiongdong was thinking, he did not understand the complicated and chaotic changes in the training grounds. He could not be bothered to understand, he was trying his best to think of a way to rush in and capture the blind man. When he rushed to Purple Cuckoo City, he quickly realized that it was heavily guarded. But in the end, they were no longer surprised. How are they humans? They are completely a group of human-shaped beast. The power of the physique in their bodies surged like wild beasts, and out of the few of them, only Ben Sen could compare to them. Chapter 756. Outside of this frenzied wave of attacks, there were two teams on the left and right. They were Han Bingning and Amaury, who had attacked first. But again, that was all. Like an arrow, the sword ray pierced through a phoenix and a sleeve at the same time. Compared to the Roland family's soft water sleeve, Shu Xiongdong's evaluation of phoenix fire was higher. It was rumored that the ancestor of the Thiopiate family had comprehended 500 types of fire elemental laws, choosing the strongest 13 and fusing them together to form the phoenix fire. Shu Xiongdong was a little surprised. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. This sword's target wasn't him. Two blade auras swept past the top of his head, the heart-palpitating berserk aura swept past his head like a steel brush, causing his scalp to go numb. A chill ran down Shu Xiongdong's spine, his heart sank. When did the other party discover him? Regardless of whether he managed to slash or not, he would roll on the ground to give himself some space. Shu Xiongdong immediately felt the pressure, those multicolored sword rainbows pierced straight into his heart. It was impossible to defend against, but they did not have any killing intent. Do you want me to die of heartbreak? Shu Xiongdong sneered in his heart. But when her figure appeared, there was a momentary pause in his mind. Jiyu Shui, who was in the sky, could see everything clearly. Groups of Null Division members carrying their guillotine blades rushed towards Shu Xiongdong from all directions. Their physique was like that of wild beasts. Coupled with the large guillotine blades that were the size of doors, every step they took shook the earth and mountains. The incomparably dense slashes didn't give him any time to think or counterattack. His strength was constantly being consumed, and cracks appeared in the spatial barrier. There were a few slashes that didn't even deviate. The terrifying power made him feel like he was being rammed by a wild beast. Kill. One after another, beast-like silhouettes came from all directions. They were like the waves of the sea, advancing wave after wave. Every one of them only needed one slash to turn them into demons. This was the new move that she had comprehended, the screen of unsevering yearning. If it was a one-on-one battle, even if Jiyu Shui could trap Shu Xiongdong for 20 breaths of time, she would still be defeated in the end due to her lack of killing methods. Fortunately, Jiyu Shui was not alone. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the sound of dense footsteps rang out in his ears, as if a herd of beasts was madly charging towards him. She raised the monarch yearning strike high up in the air, countless rainbow swords surged out from the sword blade, like ribbons exploding in a festival. They poured down from the sky, dragging long rainbow tails behind them, transforming into a large rainbow light screen, enveloping the entire field. Shu Xiongdong's brows twitched. This sword ray exuded a faint aura of the life and death law. He had heard that a traitor had appeared in the Shu family. He did not cultivate the seal of life and death, but chose to cultivate the sword. The wind was Ben Sen, the fire was Victor, the water was Su, and the sword intent was Shu Anzhong. The collision of laws of opposite natures produced an astonishing power, not to mention that there was even a wind wall sealing them off. The distance between every member had been meticulously calculated, and that was Nai Chou's pursuit of the highest frequency of attacks. Shu Xiongdong felt it deeply. The slashes were like a torrential storm. There was no gap at all. It was so dense that it made people despair. The four of them were roused, even though they had trained in law surfaces, but the power of the physique was useful to any martial artist. The four of them activated their own laws, and four bright young dots appeared, resonating with Jiyu Shui, who was even more dazzling in the sky. Jiyu Shui, who was in the sky, was calm. Bang! Rocks flew everywhere. Shu Xiongdong immediately understood that it was Ben Senator. His admiration for Ben Sen was much higher than the other two. To be able to comprehend the minor and minor winds from the Windblade, they were all powerful people. But it was a pity, she was too old. The power projected by the yearning law surface made her feel unprecedentedly strong. There was no killing intent on her face, only gentleness. Kill. 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 The member was vexed, but he knew that it was not the time to be vexed. He threw away his blade and anxiously rolled away. The two of them looked at each other, and moved out at the same time. Just at that moment, a black and white sword aura suddenly shot out from the water sleeves and phoenix fire. Monarch Yearning Strike was a large sword with a wide hilt, and Jiyu Shui's hands were small, requiring both hands to wield it. The sword hilt was wrapped with auspicious rainbow ropes, and at the end of the ropes was a string of red beans. The sword guard was shaped like a swallow's wing, and the wide sword body had 7 straight rainbow lines. Shu and Zhong and the other 3 stood in 4 corners. At that moment, in Nai Chou's grey world, their entire bodies were releasing dazzling light auras, and their young dots became even brighter. I need to retaliate. The 30m wide blade aura was like a wall of light that whistled through the air. The gorgeous colors formed a beautiful and dazzling light scar in the air. 2 blade auras crushed down with a terrifying trembling sound. How did they discover me? Life and death laws. The explosion caused by the sword auras was like throwing a torch into a barrel of gunpowder. The originally peaceful phoenix fire and water sleeves clashed with each other in the wall of wind. The continuous explosions lit up at the same time. Shu Xiongdong's face changed. He could not care about anything else. He released the power of his law surface, causing the space around him to distort. Shu Xiongdong sneered. That's perfect. The space around him distorted. As long as the water sleeves got close to him, they would slide past him, and none of them were able to touch his clothes. A faint sorrow that was like an unfathomable mist pervaded out from his body, causing his mind to be in a daze. The screen of Yearning Strike could not be broken by brute force. The blade could not sever yearning. The beautiful and gentle sword rainbows did not harm people, but only awakened the yearning hidden deep in people's hearts. From the initial panic to the current calmness, it only took 1 to 2 breaths of time. All of these techniques looked powerful, but in his eyes, they were not as shocking as the sword rainbows. He was too familiar with all of these laws. They were strong, but they were not on the same level as him, and the threat they posed to him was pitifully small. The dazzling light aura from the explosion caused Shu Xiongdong's vision to turn white. Shu Xiongdong felt uneasy. In the blink of an eye, he had turned from a hunter to a prey. It was sudden and without any warning. He did not know how the enemy had discovered his methods, or what kind of attack they had planned. It was this unknown that made him feel uneasy. Shu Xiongdong's mind trembled, his vision turned into a rainbow of colors, and his heart suddenly felt pain. In that moment, Shu Xiongdong, who regained his senses, made a decision. When being ambushed, if he only dodged, it would only make him more and more passive. And counterattacking could often disrupt the enemy's rhythm, and give him the chance to survive and turn the situation around. What is this? When the nearest Null Division team was 10m away from Shu Xiongdong, they suddenly leapt up, the large guillotine blades on their shoulders raised up high. The suspicion flashed past his mind, but he did not have the time to think about the details. The enemy has discovered me, but pretended not to notice, and suddenly launched an attack. It is a premeditated sneak attack. Tilda, he roared out, all the muscles in his body tensed up, the thin King Kong clothes seemed to be on the verge of exploding. He glared angrily and slashed down with all his might. He secretly nodded his head in his mind. Tilda, this sword is rather proficient. Tilda Gu Shue's screen of unsevering yearning was unique, but she had only gained enlightenment for a short period of time, and could only maintain it for a short period of time, only 20 breaths of time. Xu Xiongdong's face suddenly changed. He groaned, a light aura flashed past his body, the space beneath his feet distorted, the ground strangely crumbled, and he sank into the ground. He flicked his finger towards the sword aura, his heart proud. Tilda, so what if it's the life and death sword? Can it break through my spatial barrier? Tilda, the screen of unsevering yearning was immediately filled with wind, fire, water, and sword concepts. His entire body flashed with a light aura, his body disappeared, and in the next moment, he suddenly appeared in the sky. He was shocked. Tilda, but to think they can use that against me, they are still far from it. Tilda, damn it. Tilda, I missed. Tilda, when Xu Xiongdong reacted, the blade aura was only 15 m away from him. He could even clearly see the countless of tiny blade auras, breaking through the air and causing ripples. This combination was indeed exquisite, but it also exhausted the strength of the four of them. The strange sword rainbow light barrier was truly powerful, but Xu Xiongdong was clear that such a powerful light barrier would consume an astonishing amount of energy, and would not be able to maintain it for long. The wind in his hand was truly outstanding. The water sleeves and the phoenix flames that were originally pushed away by him were actually retracted by him, and surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Bang, bang, bang! He flicked his finger, and the space in front of him suddenly distorted. The flames that were floating towards him seemed to be pushed away by an invisible hand, and floated outwards. Tilda, let me see how long you can last. Tilda, before he could stabilize himself, he felt an indescribable aura enveloping him, his pupils constricted, the enemy was right above him. Phoenix fire. The two completely different laws of water and fire clashed together, releasing dazzling light regiments. At the same time, the wind that was initially not strong, suddenly became as hard as steel. Just at that moment, the wind suddenly blew. The phoenix flames that were just pushed away were once again blown towards Xu Xiongdong. His pupils constricted, one after another, the flames that were like bright flowers floated in the water sleeves and the sword rainbow. Jiyu Shui was naturally compatible with the monarch yearning strike, as she possessed the snow rainbow blood meridians. In Qin Zhen's illusion, she had bitterly tempered her willpower, and her understanding of the monarch yearning strike had long surpassed Wang Yong's. And when she saw Tang Tian in such a hopeless situation, all of her accumulations flowed naturally, and she immediately gained enlightenment on the yearning law. Because of her profound accumulation, her enlightenment on the yearning law was unobstructed, and she directly gained enlightenment on her law surface. Threads of red light seeped out from the null division members' bodies, following the crisscrossing yin lines. They permeated into their bodies. It was the purest power of the physique. Everything happened too suddenly, and the distance between the two parties was too close. Even with the protection of the spatial barrier, Xu Xiongdong felt as though he was struck by a heavy blow. His body trembled, and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. The explosion had exhausted a full third of Xu Xiongdong's law surface. The momentum of a few hundred people sprinting at the same time was actually not inferior to a herd of beasts. But a pity. The Thiopiate family had withered away. Victor's talent was not bad, but he was too playful, frivolous, and impetuous, and would not amount to much. Bang! Xu Xiongdong's hair was in a mess, his face filled with killing intent. He did not place any of the four of them in his eyes, but he never expected that they would actually suffer such a heavy blow. Beneath their feet, two yin lines extended towards Xu Xiongdong, who was surrounded. Just at that moment, the black and white sword aura suddenly shifted. Just at that moment, countless of water snaked through the yearning sword rainbow. Xu Xiongdong snorted in his heart. It was the Roland family's soft water sleeves. It was a good absolute technique, but it was a pity that Roland was not strong enough, and was unable to unleash its true might. Xu Xiongdong was completely stunned. The power of every slash was not fatal, but it still consumed a lot of his spatial barrier's power. His comrades above him roared out, and the members that were 5 steps away from him also leapt up and slashed down with all their might. It was as though he had slashed onto a ball of slippery moss. The force deviated, and brushed past Shu Xiongdong and slashed into the ground. A familiar yet unfamiliar figure surfaced in his mind. He had once thought that he would never be able to think of this woman. He had once thought that he had long erased all traces of her from his life. He had once thought that all the bits and pieces of the past had disappeared with the wind, and he had once thought that even if he were to meet her again, his heart would not waver. Kill. Chapter 757. Every step he took, the null flames around his body would become even more intense. The null flames around his body would flutter, and inside the flames, a Maori wielded the large guillotine blade with one hand, his expression cold, as though he was a god of war. Inside the grey world, the crisscrossing yin lines, the bright young dots that resembled the sun and moon, formed a rich and layered world. Han Bingning's team had a completely different style. But it was enough. Han Bingning took small steps, but the frequency was as fast as lightning. She slightly lowered her body, and swept forward like lightning. The twins behind her, one on the left and one on the right, followed closely behind. The members behind also took small steps. All of them had solemn expressions. A martial artist on the list of powerhouses was actually being suppressed. And he was being suppressed by a group of weak people. He had not completely defended against them. The strange rainbow swords had caused him to be dazed a few times. Although he would quickly regain consciousness every time, but the few times he was dazed, it made him pay a huge price. The spatial barrier was not completely blocked, and a portion of the power from the slashes was transmitted to his body. The unreasonable slashes had its own benefits. Using force to meet force with force, a single person could defeat 10 people. Since his technique could not compare to others, then he would use brute force and numbers to fight. And Jiu Shui's screen of unsevered yearning allowed such an intricate formation to be realized. Using the wind wall to seal the formation, using the sword concept to ignite the power of water and fire, such an intricate arrangement showed Nichio's meticulousness. One team was as wild as fire, the other cold and sharp, two completely different styles, two completely different auras, both as fast as lightning, both with the same determination. When the dust settled, only a gigantic crater was left, with nothing in it. The members surrounding Shu Xiongdong were like a flock of startled birds, all of them scattering in all directions. During training, they did not have much of a feeling, but when they truly fought, they realized how powerful the formation was. The members in front of them who were carrying the large guillotine blades, and the dense slashing sounds, all of them were extremely shocked. Kill. Han Bingning's voice was bone-chilling, the cold intent in his body soared to the maximum, the bone-chilling blue sword aura enveloped everyone behind him, his aura becoming one. Kill. A Maori's roar was like thunder, all the power in his body exploded out. The surging sky demon chop attracted a group of attacks that were several times stronger than before. But, however, at this time, they did not have much time to lament. Their gazes involuntarily landed on the two teams that had already started moving, and their spirits were lifted. Many ants could bite an elephant to death, that was Nichio's train of thought. But Nichio treated it as a feint. To him, his members had only just gained enlightenment on law threads, and that level of law power was considered extremely low level in the Sin domain. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, it was still difficult for them to achieve a qualitative change. A Maori stepped on the yin line and sprinted. His steps were huge and each step was extremely heavy. With every step he took, a wisp of heat rose from the soles of his feet. Like a wisp of flame, it drilled into his body. It was incomparably pure flesh power. Especially Ben Sen, he had tried it before, but after enduring 3 slashes, he was unable to take it. When had the pitiful Shu Xiongdong ever been trampled on like this? That's right, it was trampled on. From start to finish, he was completely suppressed. It was still far from what Nichio wanted, as half of the members were unable to complete their slashes in time. Shu Xiongdong, who had just regained consciousness, had his eyes constricted. The sky in front of him was filled with densely packed black figures. Their gazes landed on Shu Xiongdong, who was surrounded, and their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. He actually withstood a total of 300 slashes, although the spatial barrier around him was already filled with cracks, with many of them crumbling. He was on the verge of collapsing, but he did not fall. Bing Ning and Amauri's 2 heavy slashes looked terrifying, but in truth, it was mostly a bluff. Using the power of the yin-yang formation, the members gathered their law power and formed an attack. Even in the Sin domain, it was still a top-notch technique. Although his realm was higher, but his physical body was not as tyrannical. Although it was only a portion of the power, it still caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The injuries on his body had also affected his law surface, and increased the consumption of his law power. Is it finally over? He was at a loss, but a trace of joy rose in his heart. I finally made it through. After withstanding 300 consecutive slashes, Xu Xiongdong actually did not fall. He was truly powerful. He gave Han Bingning and Amauri 3 breaths of time to attack. A bone-chilling cold intent pervaded out from the group. Their auras became even sharper, like a sword that was slowly being polished off of its rust, revealing its ice-cold blade. Nai Qiu remained calm and composed. The majority of his tactics would always leave some leeway. No matter how outstanding an elite was, he could not ask them to not make any mistakes, nor could he ask them to be perfect. Furthermore, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. All sorts of unexpected situations would occur, and tactics that did not have any leeway would often become riddled with holes. Nai Qiu's face revealed a flush of red, his body trembling slightly. The yin-yang formation was activated to its maximum. The power of the physique in the entire formation converged from all directions, following the yin lines, frantically converging towards the two groups. Of course, with such a large surplus, it would naturally affect the might of the formation. But in the current situation, ensuring that the formation could operate normally was far more important than chasing after the greatest might. Nai Qiu's thoughts were meticulous, and had long thought of what to do if they were to encounter such a situation. Nai Qiu's method was simple: if they were not proficient enough, then they would use numbers. In his calculations, he left a large surplus, and did not blindly chase after efficiency. He left a large surplus, a fifth, which also meant that even if a fifth of the members made a mistake, the entire tactic would not change. Ben Sen and the other 3 who had completed their mission were exhausted, and could only watch the battle from afar. Previously, they did not sense that there were enemies hiding in the shadows. Until Jiyu Shui used the screen of unsevered yearning, they awoke from their daze. Luckily for them, their training for the past few days was not wasted. They did not miss the opportunity, and quickly reacted. The yin-yang formation was like a large spiderweb, and Nai Qiu was the spider that was waiting for the opportunity. The minute changes in the formation flowed through the yin-yang formation to Nai Qiu. He could clearly sense that Xu Xiongdong's power of laws inside the formation was close to being exhausted. There were no longer any obstructions in his vision. The most difficult part of the formation was that in the short span of 18 breaths of time, they had to complete enough slashes. Too powerful. That is. He could only instinctively hold onto the spatial barrier and defend, bitterly holding on. Not only did Nai Qiu not request for his members to control their strength, but instead, his request was even more extreme. He requested for every member to inject all of the power of the physique in their bodies into their slashes. Nai Qiu sat in the center. If something unexpected happens, can we not fight if we are not proficient enough? The spatial barrier instantly crumbled into dust. Xu Xiongdong did not even have time to raise his arms before his body was pierced through. The ice-cold sword aura froze him into an ice sculpture. The disbelief on his face froze as well, and the following slashes instantly shattered him. All of them leapt up high, and the loud sound that came out was the sound of them stomping on the ground when they leapt up. Xu Xiongdong, who had not recovered from the shock, had a dazed look on his face. His situation was terrible. The spatial barrier around him was filled with cracks, his clothes were tattered, his hair was in a mess, and the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. 2 small groups, each with 50 men, were like 2 arrows. He placed the true focus of his attacks on his slashes. If they did not reach the quality, they would not be able to threaten the true strong martial artists. Nai Qiu looked warm and friendly on the outside, but he was equally proud in his heart. If not, why would he leave Leo Constellation and join Tang Tian? Ever since he entered the Sin domain, his goal had always been to be the strongest martial artists, because they represented the strongest power in the Sin domain. They had trained in the battle formation many times, but they had never truly unleashed the final attack. The 4 of them were filled with anticipation. especially Ben Sen. The twin sisters were following closely behind Han Bingning. Tilda, the final fatal attack is coming. Tilda, suddenly, he felt his body lighten, and the suffocating slash that covered the heavens and covered the earth disappeared. The members that pounced towards Shu Xiongdong like a tide, in his world, they were all extremely high-leveled. His mind was calm as he calmly observed everything. There were still many flaws in their attack rhythm, and that was because they were not proficient enough. The auras of the two small groups continued to rise, and the distance between them and Shu Xiongdong was quickly shrinking. The crucial point was that they had sufficient numbers. 629 members gave Nai Qiu enough space to do whatever he wanted. His train of thought was inspired by the battle with Lu Tianwen. To be able to kill Lu Tianwen, the greatest credit naturally belonged to Tang Tian, but Lu Tianwen ultimately died under a Maori's blade. That meant that although such a degree of attack was unable to pose a fatal threat to a powerhouse on the list of powerhouses, but it was not completely harmless. Although Nai Qiu hoped that Tang Tian would be able to fight for time for the Null Division to grow, but as an outstanding general, he would not place all his hopes on Tang Tian, even if he had complete confidence in Tang Tian. He had never experienced such an unreasonable attack before. The torrential slashes pressured him to the point that he could not breathe. The blue sword aura and the demonic slash fiercely clashed onto Shu Xiongdong's spatial barrier. The Null Division members possessed powerful physiques, and with the pure power of the physique combined with the heavy demonic slash, they were able to unleash an astonishing might. Such a power naturally had its drawbacks. For example, it had to be in close combat, for example, it could not be sustained, and was difficult to form waves of attacks. Just at that moment, he heard a loud explosion. The ground beneath his feet trembled, causing him to regain his senses. In the 13 breaths of time, Shu Xiongdong had withstood 302 slashes, and even Nai Qiu could not help but be impressed. As the creator of such a tactic, he was extremely clear of the power of every slash. Behind him, every member had little null flames flowing like water, spreading along the guillotine blade. The little null flames also became more and more vigorous, dragging a long fiery tail. They were like wild beasts, surging with killing intent as they sprinted. The slashes that disregarded the consequences were extremely powerful. Even if it was Ben Sen, under the situation of clashing head-on, he was unable to take 3 consecutive slashes. Such a ferocious power, the feedback was extremely shocking, but they had the Shui family's King Kong clothes, which could evenly distribute the power to their entire body. That was why the Null Division members were able to unleash such terrifying slashes without being injured. Ben Sen and the rest were shocked, while Nai Qiu remained calm. Chapter 758. The Angry Fist Seal's red light had cleansed his body, and his origin force had become like that. Don't tell me that Ancestor Li's inheritor is the real one. Tang Tian was surprised. Speaking of which, he was truly a fake Ancestor Li's inheritor. Lupu's constellation, Ursa Major constellation, Draco constellation, Cetus constellation. The air he exhaled carried a bit of a scorching aura. His body contained a vast amount of origin force, making him feel as though he was a bomb that could explode at any time. He even had a misconception that if he moved slightly, he would explode. Compared to Nai Qiu, Shu Yi was more optimistic about Zhongli Bai, as his methods were more ruthless and ruthless. Tang Tian did not know how powerful Shu Xiongdong was, but thinking about how there were so many people in Purple Cuckoo City, with Jiyu Shui, Nai Qiu, a Maori, and Han Bingning, killing Shu Xiongdong was not strange. But when the origin force in his body gradually recovered, he realized that his body contained a vast amount of unstable origin force, and it was a painful thing. He spent a few days before he gradually got used to the origin force in his body, and managed to sort it out smoothly. He did not linger on the question, and turned to ask Shu Yi, "Then are we going to Sharp Wind City now?" Tang Tian looked at Shu Yi and asked with concern, "How is it? Do you feel better?" He was a person who would do anything for the sake of victory. You thought that it was just a small-scale probe, but who knew that it would be the start of a huge war? You thought that it was just a small gamble, but who knew that it would be snatched away by this fellow? Tang Tian took the letter, and without even looking at it, he tore it into pieces, and turned to ask Zhongli Bai, "Can you still fight?" Tilda, it is truly awkward. This young lad has never encountered such a thing before. After seeing Han Bingning, a Maori, and Nai Chiu, and seeing Zhong Li Bai, Shu Yi did not dare to be disrespectful towards the Null Division. The Null Division's strength far exceeded his imagination. Seeing the master's naive look, Shu Yi's eyes widened. Is this still the master who is decisive and decisive? What he could not accept was that his enemy was actually killed by the blind man. The two of them were mortal enemies, and it made Zhong Li Bai feel as though he had swallowed a fly. The series of fallen constellations used hard facts to prove this point. If others saw this, they might even think that His Excellency was innocent and pure. Who would have thought that His Excellency was already pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Hi, it was really high. Shu Xiangdong is dead. He got off lightly. Zhong Li Bai couldn't help but speak up. His face was black, his fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with hatred. They had suffered much in the Shu family, and Zhong Li Bai had suffered even more. Shu Xiangdong and the rest thought that Zhong Li Bai was the leader, and wanted him to be the first to submit, thus they used all sorts of methods on him. He Xin cultivated the law of death, and had all sorts of sinister methods. But Zhong Li Bai quickly realized, Master's expression is truly amazing. Tang Tian was stunned. Ancestor Li's successor? In the past few days, he had already confirmed that the Demon Six Seals was not a martial technique used for battle, but a secret technique used to refine the body. However, understanding was one thing. Up until now, he had only comprehended the Angry Fist Seal. The elites of the various families in East Immortal City were disrupted by him, and formed their own division, called the East Immortal Division. The East Immortal Division had strict military laws, and in a short period of time, the East Immortal Division had a completely new atmosphere. They had suffered so much in the Shu family, but upon hearing that Shu Xiongdong and He Xin were killed, they did not make things difficult for the Shu family's women and children. But for the sake of establishing their might, they did not hesitate to slaughter the families, causing blood to flow like a river. Seeing that, Tang Tian immediately advised, "Don't be agitated, I did not mean it that way, but..." "Change?" Tang Tian was startled, then immediately asked, "What change?" "Master, you don't have to say any more. Let's see how capable Li Bai is." Without saying a word, Zhong Li Bai turned around angrily. Sharp Wind City's Fu family said that they found Ancestor Li's successor. Tang Tian was filled with anticipation for the Godfist. He was confident that when the Godfist was truly completed, its might would definitely shock the world. But at the final stage, every small step forward required a huge amount of origin force. Shu Yi's face was pale white without any color, as though he had not recovered from a serious illness. His face would occasionally turn ashen white. Witnessing the battle between Tang Tian and He Xin, it had greatly impacted and shocked him. He trained in life and death laws, but had always lacked the tempering of life and death battles. He was like a flower in a greenhouse. He looked to be strong, but his mental state was extremely frail. Witnessing the bitter battle of life and death, he was extremely stubborn and reckless towards victory. For his own beliefs, he was willing to give up everything he had. "I think so." Shu Yi continued, "Master's might has long been spread. In the past, everyone treated Master as a joke, but now, they are all half-believing and half-doubting. I heard that when the Fu family patriarch heard that Master is Ancestor Li's successor, he was enraged, and said that Master actually dares to impersonate Ancestor Li's successor, and that he will definitely kill Master." Seeing that, Tang Tian immediately advised, "Rest well, you don't have to worry about this." Luckily for him, he had an even stronger origin force, allowing Tang Tian's Godfist to improve further. If such a ferocious man could not be considered an ambitious and ruthless man, then what kind of man could be? All of the Null Division prisoners in East Immortal City were by Tang Tian's side, including Zhong Li Bai. The Shu family's family members are all here. Shu Yi reminded Zhong Li Bai, in Xin Domain, it was normal for such a life and death grudge to be annihilated. His mental state was trapped between life and death, causing his law surface to be severely damaged, and the life chi and death chi in his body were already out of control, and flowed wantonly. If Shu Yi was unable to sort out the life chi and death chi in his body would suffer from fatal damage, and he would die. Zhong Li Bai glanced at Tang Tian, feeling surprised. He had followed Tang Tian for a short period of time, and his understanding of Tang Tian was still at the time when they were in Leo constellation. In the eyes of the military generals of the Leo constellation, Bear King was definitely an ambitious and ruthless man, and had deep foresight. When they were summarizing Tang Tian's battles, they had found a strange pattern. Tang Tian opened his eyes, the red eyes that were like burning iron gradually dimmed down, and became calm again. The six-armed demon in his body was becoming more and more solid, the angry fist seal's flame was jumping around the hand seals, as though it was a heart of fire. Zhong Li Bai's personality was untamed and unruly, and he would definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. His path in Leo constellation had been smooth sailing, and when had he ever suffered such hardship? He hated Xu Xiongdong and He Xin to the extreme, but he never expected that when he was rescued, He Xin would already be killed by Tang Tian. He had wanted to find Xu Xiongdong for revenge, but in the end, Xu Xiongdong was killed, and the hatred in his heart had nowhere to be vented. He even felt that it was not bad to continue fighting city by city. At times, Tang Tian would laugh bitterly in his heart. He had painstakingly created a powerful killing technique, but in the end, its consumption far exceeded his own strength. So when Xu Yi heard Zhong Li Bai say that he did not care about the Xu family's women and children, he was surprised. Zhong Li Bai's ponytail immediately stood up. He was infuriated by Tang Tian's question. "Master, are you doubting this subordinate's strength?" Xu Yi's expression became strange. There is a change in the situation. The courtyard was heavily guarded. All of the Null Division members that were rescued automatically maintained their vigilance. A group of Null Division members dragged Broken Peak, and before they even reached the Shu family's door, the Shu family had already sent all of the Null Division prisoners over. Xu Yi bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Master, for your concern, it's nothing serious." Leaving Tang Tian and Xu Yi to look at each other. "Tilda, what's going on?" "Tilda, yes. It is said that the Fu family had received Ancestor Li's grace in the past, and found Ancestor Li's inheritor, and the entire family celebrated. They have invited many famous martial artists, and have the intention to hold a gathering." Xu Yi scratched his nose. Tang Tian was helpless. Life and death laws was one of the three great laws, and was extremely profound and mystical, and he had no way of doing anything about it. Xu Yi glanced at the man with the ponytail, who occasionally squinted his eyes and emitted a dangerous aura. Tilda Master's subordinates are truly talented people. Tilda, in the past few days, he had already seen Zhong Li Bai's methods. With lightning speed, he had brought the various patriarchs over, and without giving them a chance to contact, he split them up to receive them, scaring and deceiving them, causing the various patriarchs to turn pale white. After that, he allowed the various families to supervise each other. Whoever dared to deceive them would be massacred, and the various families in East Immortal City would obediently hand over their elites. His expression was calm. The life and death aura that was wreaking havoc in his body caused his body to be in a terrible state, and even his voice had become weak. After speaking a few sentences, his strength was lacking, and he could not help but start coughing. But he still needed to be extremely careful, and placed most of his attention on placating the restless origin force. "They have sent a messenger to deliver a letter to Master." Xu Yi handed over a letter, and hesitated for a moment, then added, "Their tone is not too good." Zhong Li Bai released his fist and snorted. He raised his nose and spoke arrogantly. "I have not fallen to the point of making things difficult for these women and children." Tang Tian immediately explained, "I am afraid that you are not familiar with the Xin domain. Naiqiu also spent a long time to." He shook his head and threw all the distracting thoughts out of his mind, and walked out of the room. Zhong Li Bai was already brooding over Xu Xiongdong dying under Naiqiu's hands, and upon hearing Tang Tian mention Naiqiu, he immediately exploded. "Master, what do you mean by that? Does Master think that I am inferior to that blind man?" He did not feel much during the battle and after the battle. During the battle, the Berserk Origin Force had an even stronger explosive power and impact. When the battle had ended, the Origin Force in his body had been sucked dry, and he was exhausted. Zhong Li Bai snorted, "Bullshit. They are targeting us." Compared to them, he was a hypocrite and coward. At such a time, another inheritor of Ancestor Li had suddenly appeared. It was too much of a coincidence. No wonder Xu Yi's expression was so strange. Even Zhong Li Bai, who was by the side, had a look of astonishment on his face. The only one who could save Shu Yi was Shu Yi himself. Although the battle in East Immortal City was dangerous, but it also caused his confidence to soar. He had saved all of the Null Division, and had achieved his goal of nurturing through battle, and he had become stronger than before. As expected of a life-and-death battle, it was always possible for people to improve the fastest. Tang Tian was greatly encouraged. Shu Yi did not refute him, and continued, 2 days ago, Purple Cuckoo City sent back news, someone infiltrated Purple Cuckoo City, and was discovered by Master Nai Chiu, who ordered the Null Division to eliminate the other party. According to our investigations, it should be Shu Xiongdong. That's true. The awkwardness on Tang Tian's face was swept away. Any powerhouse that had a conflict with Tang Tian would usually start with small probing attacks, but in the end, they would always lead the wolf into the house. Shu Yi coughed lightly. Regardless of whether Master's identity is real or fake, the brothers of the Null Division are still in their hands. Chapter 759. In the confident and powerful Leo constellation, such a military leader was naturally not welcomed. They could obviously win fair and square, so why use such underhanded methods? They could obviously control the entire situation, so why take such extreme risks? Zhong Li Bai's eyes lit up, and said, "Tell me more." Zhong Li Bai declined to comment, his gaze landing on Yu Dao. For Nai Chiu to be able to bring a group of Null Division to kill a list of powerhouses expert, it was a huge blow to Zhong Li Bai. After being a prisoner for so long, he knew a thing or two about how powerful the experts on the list of combat power were. We need more people. Zhong Li Bai licked his lips, he squinted his eyes, adding on his rigid and rough face, he looked rather sinister. Seems like, we need to snatch people first. Where is the nearest place to us that doesn't have a list of powerhouses expert, and people? The two of them remained silent, digesting Zhong Li Bai's words. Zhong Li Bai did not have much expectations for their brains, but they were after all local tyrants, and knew much more about the situation in Sin Domain than him. After leaving Tang Tian's place, he pulled the East Immortal Division who had not completed their training out of the city, and did not bring the Null Division. The Null Division were more trained, but Zhong Li Bai knew that the Null Division were extremely loyal to the Master, and it was impossible to bypass the Master to command the Null Division. Since that was the case, it was better not to bring them. Furthermore, the Null Division was the Master's flesh and blood. If the Null Division were to suffer huge losses, he would be in trouble. West Wind Camp. Zhong Li Bai was surprised. He glanced at the map and asked, "Why aren't there any markings? Those big families are too sullen." Zhong Li Bai's face was filled with disbelief. In Heaven's Road, which of the so-called aristocratic families were not arrogant and despotic? General does not know. Song Cheng Yu immediately explained, the West Wind Camp is a bandit group, and is rather famous in this region. Although they do not have any A-grade infamous ones, but they have 7 B-grade infamous ones, so ordinary families do not dare to provoke them. Although they set up checkpoints to collect tolls, but their reputation is still good, and rarely take the initiative to kill. Zhong Li Bai laughed, revealing his white teeth. Then the West Wind Camp it is. Of course, it was related to the Sin Domain's atmosphere. In the Sin Domain, it was not uncommon for families to be massacred, but at the same time, people with strength were the most important resources. If not for the hatred, they would not have reached such a stage. Generally speaking, the final victor would be decided by the battle between the clan's experts, and not by the number of people. The winner would annex the loser's family, and the loser's family wouldn't put up much resistance. Not much. Song Chengyu explained, most of them are people with low strength. It's difficult for them to make a living in the city, so they can only return to the mountains. These bandit leaders also needed people to order them around, so they were recruited to reclaim the land in the mountains. Sin Domain's 17 cities could not support so many people. These villages were small cities, but the resources they produced were far inferior to the 17 cities. Their lives were much more difficult, but most of these bandit leaders had no great ambitions. They collected tolls and lived a free and unfettered life. In addition, the production is poor, and the big clans are too lazy to deal with them, so there's not much profit to be made. No matter how powerful a battle formation was, it would not work without people. What about the motley crew in front of him? He did not know if Tang Tian would support or oppose his plan. What if he opposed it? He could not go against orders, he still had the qualities of a professional military general. But he did not want to give up on this opportunity, so he took the chance before Tang Tian spoke, and took the initiative to strike. Upon letting go of his thoughts, Zhong Li Bai's thoughts became like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, recklessly galloping. West Wind Camp. As for the East Immortal Division, in Zhong Li Bai's eyes, they were just a group of cannon fodder, and no one would say anything even if they were exhausted. Zhong Li Bai did not have any benevolence in his heart. Compared to Nai Qiu's balanced tactics, Zhong Li Bai's fighting style leaned more towards offense, which he loved and was the only expert in. There were many reasons why he was not valued in the Leo constellation, but the most direct reason was that his fighting style was very wild. This wild was reflected in many aspects. For example, when he fought, he would always stake everything on one throw, or he would never follow the rules, or he would be unscrupulous. Then aren't the caravans affected? Zhong Li Bai felt that it was an eye-opener. Other than the Shu family in East Immortal City, there were two other large families. One was the Yu family, the other was the Song family. Although the two families did not have a martial artist like Shu Xiongdong who could fight his way into the list of powerhouses, Yu Dao and Song Chengyu were definitely not inferior to Shu Yi. When he heard that it was a stronghold, he thought that there would at most be 2,000 to 3,000 people, but he did not expect for there to be over 10,000. Such a large bandit group was truly surprising. West Wind Camp. But, do you think that you are the only one who has gained enlightenment on formations? On the road, facing the Null Division, Zhong Li Bai was somewhat restrained. In terms of training the Null Division, his performance was far from Nai Qiu's. But now, he finally had a chance to be completely unrestrained. Zhong Li Bai thought about it, and nodded his head. That's true, no one can take guarding against bandits for 1,000 days. Are there many bandit groups like the West Wind Camp? The two schools did not disappoint the Lion King's expectations, and groomed many outstanding military generals for the Leo constellation. But between the two schools, they were absolute enemies. They were like fire and water, and would always be compared to each other. Zhong Li Bai called them over, and without hiding anything, he told them the news, and then said, "You guys know the situation now. This time, if we do not have any merits, we will not have the face to return. If you guys have any ideas, tell me." The group was in a mess. If Nai Qiu was there, he would definitely frown, but Zhong Li Bai remained calm. Song Chengyu immediately took out a map, and the 17 Xin domain cities were completely displayed in front of Zhong Li Bai. The Xin domain had already opened up a crescent shape, and the 17 cities were scattered all around. On the map, the 4 main cities were the most eye-catching. They occupied the center of the crescent moon, and were the most important places in the entire Xin domain. Zhong Li Bai released his hand, a fierce glint flashed past his eyes, and his expression became calm. This is just the beginning, although the blind man ran ahead of me, but I still have a chance. Nai Qiu was stationed in Purple Cuckoo City, and could not leave, but I can take the initiative to attack. The 4 main cities. Song Chengyu introduced. More than half of the martial artists on the list of powerhouses are in the 4 main cities. They have the richest resources there, and have the most information channels. The further to the side, the fewer the experts on the list of powerhouses. Losing to the blind man made the proud and arrogant Zhong Li Bai feel extremely sullen. Tang Tian's tyrannical performance had shocked the entire East Immortal City, and after personally experiencing the terrifying battle, the various families in East Immortal City did not dare to resist Tang Tian. That blind man actually killed Shu Xiongdong? Song Chengyu was the first to speak. He looked at Zhong Li Bai and said, "Not only Sharp Wind City, all the other cities have experts on the list of powerhouses." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "Master's goal is not to take down Sharp Wind City, but to save all of the Null Division. That is the final goal. We do not have enough experts, so we will use more people." Yu Dao said. "The entire stronghold has about 10,000 people." Song Chengyu said. Yu Dao looked like a boorish man with a short stature. He only said one sentence, "We have too few people." Zhong Li Bai was furious. Losing was a small matter. He would not feel any pain even if all of them were sacrificed, but losing face was worse than being killed. Wasn't that the same as being defeated by Nai Qiu? Half of his anger was because he was angry, but the other half was purposely showing that he had that thought. Thinking about that, Zhong Li Bai became restless again. Tilda, can the formation that I have comprehended handle an expert on the list of powerhouses? Tilda, but he quickly calmed down. Nai Chiu had the advantage of defense, and with the help of Jiu Shui, Han Bingning, a Maori, and the Null Division's training, they were able to kill Xu Xiongdong. He was truly furious, although the two of them had worked together for a short period of time, but he still did not like the blind man. The Raging Inferno Academy and the Lionheart Academy were the two highest academies of the Leo constellation, and Lei Ang had placed high hopes on them. From their names, it could be seen that he had named the Raging Lionheart Flaming Sword after himself, and named them the Lionheart Academy and the Raging Inferno Academy, hoping that the two academies would be as strong as the Raging Lionheart Flaming Sword. The two of them spoke at the same time. Zhong Li Bai jumped in shock. So many? What can we do? Song Cheng Yu waved his hands. All of the A-grade infamous people are extremely powerful, they appear and disappear unpredictably, and all of them are extremely shrewd. The experts in the big families will not waste their time on them, and that will be a waste. They might as well spend money, since to these big families, money is nothing. The East Immortal Division had gathered all the elites of the East Immortal City, and even the elites of the Shu family were brought over by him. Xu Xiongdong and He Xin's deaths caused the Shu family to be on the brink of destruction. Zhong Li Bai tried to scare and deceive them, saying that only by relying on the master's subordinates would the Shu family be able to struggle at death's door, and caused the Shu family's elites to be obedient. When he was still a prisoner, Nai Chiu had already started to organize his army, and even Xu Xiongdong had died in his hands. Even though Zhong Li Bai was furious, but he knew that Nai Chiu was already ahead of him. Zhong Li Bai was interested. How many people are there in the West Wind camp? Where are the places with the most list of powerhouses experts? Zhong Li Bai suddenly asked. Many. Song Cheng Yu said, the four main cities are the best resources in the Xin domain, and are all occupied by the four main families. The remaining 13 cities are second-class resources. Basically every city has a big family, and a few weaker families, but they are all divided up. The remaining people can only run into the mountains. Furthermore, the big families are waiting for them to open up the wastelands. Whichever bandit group finds any resources deep in the mountains, they can sell it to the big families, and immediately earn a fortune. That was how the East Immortal City came to be in the past. That's right, taking the initiative to attack caused the blood in Zhong Li Bai's body to boil. Do you have a map? Let me see. Zhong Li Bai said. Zhong Li Bai asked the two of them a few more questions, and after understanding all of the famous martial artists in the various cities, a brazen plan gradually formed in his mind. They are very shrewd. As long as they look at the trading groups of the big families, they will not touch them, and will only find the small and medium-sized trading groups to collect fees. Song Cheng Yu revealed a bitter smile. Unless those A-grade infamous people are tyrants, and even the trading groups of the big families will not give them any face. The big families are usually helpless, and might as well pay a yearly fee, and lose money to avoid disaster. Zhong Li Bai felt his vision clearing up. That's right, since they cannot compete in quality, then they will compete in quantity. In terms of training, the East Immortal Division could never compare to the Null Division, and since it is like that, then they will compete in quantity. Chapter 760. When He Xin died, he turned into ashes. Only one thing was left behind, a black thumb ring. The black thumb ring reminded Tang Tian of Lu Tianwen's Thunder Wind Spear, which seemed to be different. Only now did he understand why the opponent had taken out the growing yin sword. What made him wary was that this was definitely a dangerous mission. If he had the growing yin sword, then his strength would definitely increase by a level. The black thumb ring was handed to him. Yin Wu Feng's understanding towards the growing yin sword was slightly more than the average person. It was also because of this additional knowledge that he had been searching for this sword. He did not expect that the sword would appear in front of him in such a manner. If we treat the six-armed demon as a law surface, it makes sense. But the six-armed sky demon is too different from the other law surfaces. It is more similar to He Xin's Grim Reaper. Gradually, the speed of his hand seals became faster and faster, bit by bit. Yin Wufeng was not stupid. He quickly stated his request. To increase his chances of winning, he needed the opponent to hand over the growing yin sword to him. The customer quickly agreed to his request, but at the same time, he left a mark on the growing yin sword. If Yin Wufeng dared to escape with the treasures, what awaited him would be endless pursuit. However, growing yin sword, to be injured from such an attack, it will definitely not be easy for him to recover. If I make the best use of my time, and take the chance when Ghost Face Mask is not fully recovered, my chances of winning will increase greatly. After obtaining the growing yin sword, Yin Wufeng's confidence soared. This was the Death Thumb Ring, Shu Yi muttered. No wonder He Xin could summon the Grim Reaper scythe. No wonder. Yin Wufeng thought in his mind, but he did not say anything, and quietly took the information. Even the Null Division that were rescued were ordered back to Purple Cuckoo City, and accepted Naichio's reorganization and training. The Null Division members were not too conflicted. They knew that they were not strong enough to protect the Master, and following him would only be a burden. That's right. Could it be that the Heavenly Demon was also a type of law? He knew how powerful these large clans were. The reason why these great clans sought him out was because it was inconvenient for them to act, not because they were not strong enough. Tang Tian's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this speculation seemed a little interesting. Other people trained in laws, starting from law threads, they would rise to law surfaces, and borrowing the power projected from the law surfaces, they would then ascend to the law space. If it wasn't for the growing yin sword, no matter how high the price was, he would never have accepted this mission. He began to form seals. His movements were slow as he slowly comprehended the changes within, the changes of the six-armed Skyfiend, and the connection between himself and the six arms. Tang Tian played with a black thumb ring, and asked Shu Yi, "What is this?" With the growing yin sword in hand, even He Xin had the same confidence. He Xin was killed by Ghost Face Mask. You're going to kill him. The scenery in front of Tang Tian suddenly changed. It was as if he had fallen into a demonic spell. He kept forming seals, releasing seals, and forming seals again. Tang Tian's gaze suddenly fell on the six-armed Heavenly Devil's blue flames and sound mist. What was the use of the blue flames and the sound mist? Zhongli, by bringing the East Immortal Division away, caused Tang Tian to be slightly surprised, but it was only limited to being surprised. Everyone had their own way of fighting, just like how he was not proficient in army battles, Zhongli Bai was not proficient in individual battles. By his side, Zhongli Bai would not be able to unleash his full strength. Yin Wufeng immediately realized, chance. The Death God Scythe was still alright, the difference in power between the real and fake ones was huge, but the Death God's right arm was something that could not be faked. Shu Yi stared at the black thumb ring for a long time. When his face suddenly changed, he stammered, Death Thumb Ring. From that sentence, he could roughly deduce Ghost Face Mask's strength. Ghost Face Mask was stronger than He Xin, but by a limit. If not for the other spectators surrounding and attacking him, He Xin would not have to fight head-on, and it would be hard to say who would win or lose. When he saw his target, he was slightly surprised. He naturally knew about the Null Division prisoners. The sudden appearance of so many outsiders in the Sin domain with outstanding physiques had caused quite a commotion. Tang Tian was suspicious. If the Demon Six Seals was truly created by Ancestor Li, then why was it completely different from the Sin domain's laws? But thinking about it, the Demon Six Seals was born from the heavy demonic execution, and the heavy demonic execution was definitely the inheritance of the Sin domain. How is that possible? So powerful? Tang Tian jumped in fright. He was experienced, and immediately understood that the guest that came to find him was definitely a frequent customer. Only a person who understood himself well would know what kind of rewards he could not reject. The other party did not reveal his identity, and Yin Wufeng did not try to find out. Tang Tian's heart jumped. The power that I obtained from the demon, isn't it the power projected by the six-armed demon? Tang Tian was startled. The power of the highest grade laws. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. The most probable way is to form a seal. Growing yin sword was an extremely mysterious treasure in the Sin domain, and there were very few legends about it. Everyone only knew that it should be of the yin attribute. Other than that, no one knew. The most thought-provoking thing was how to interpret the word grow, which was even more controversial. He was once an A-grade infamous man, and was in the same profession. The name of Death Puppet Master was not well known outside, but in the circle, he was a fearsome character that everyone feared. Yin Wufeng had fought with He Xin before, and knew that He Xin was difficult to deal with. His target was the leader of the Null Division, Ghostface Mask. It was the first time he had heard of it, which surprised him, and made him even more cautious. An unfamiliar target was not good news for an assassin. He flipped through the information, and his expression congealed. He lowered his head and carefully read through the information, word by word. Slowly, his eyebrows relaxed, he saw a glimmer of hope. The information said that Ghostface Mask had clashed with the Death God's scythe, and was similarly injured, causing Ghostface Mask to be dyed in blood. The boundless blue sea of light was vast and boundless, it was the blue sea. More importantly, Ghostface Mask was injured. The reward was a sword, the growing yin sword. Yin Wufeng did not have such thoughts. Tang Tian jumped in shock, so powerful. His price was already extremely high, the 8th-ranked Yin Wind Assassin of the A-grade infamous men. To request his help was extremely expensive. But for the other party to specially find the growing yin sword, it meant that the difficulty of the mission was extremely high, and was definitely not ordinary. It was the phrase that Yin Wufeng was most familiar with. Ever since he came out, he had heard it countless of times. He accepted the assassination mission indifferently, he was unable to reject the reward. Wait a minute, projecting power. I'll give it a try. Seeing that Shu Yi was stunned, Tang Tian casually threw the black thumb ring to Shu Yi, and said, I want to train. It was his only chance to obtain the growing yin sword. If he missed it, he would definitely lose the chance to obtain the sword. After so many years, he had spent countless of effort, but was unable to find out who had the growing yin sword. If any of the big families wanted to hide something, no one would be able to find it. Shu Yi was stunned. Tang Tian did not believe that the thing in the 6-armed demon's hands would be useless. The demon's 6 seals, if it was an inheritance that tempered the body, then would the blue flames and sound mist have the same effect. But its ranking had fluctuated, and had never dropped out of the top 50, and was extremely stable. The demon's 6 seals appeared and disappeared in his hands, his 10 fingers moved like flowing water, and threads of faint mist, in the ever-changing after-images of his 10 fingers, would suddenly unfurl. This was the piece of news that had shocked him the most so far. What he did not expect was that the more shocking news was yet to come. When he saw that He Xin had summoned the Death God's scythe and the Death God's right arm, but they were unable to kill Ghostface Mask, he almost jumped up. Amongst the many treasures in the Sin domain, the growing yin sword was not eye-catching. Its ranking could not even be compared to the Thunder Wind Spear, which was ranked 42, it contained wind and thunder laws, and was extremely sturdy, and was a treasure that the Lu family had spent countless of effort to obtain. When he finished digesting the information, he only had one thought, could it be that the customer actually wants to get rid of me? He started to recall all the things that he had done that made the customer want to get rid of him, but after thinking for a long time, he realized that there were too many, and could only give up. The origin force in his body was like an ocean, but it was a restless ocean. Back in the quiet room, Tang Tian was already immersed in his own training. East Immortal City. Seeing Shu Yi's incoherent speech, Tang Tian knew that the Death Thumb Ring was not ordinary. After a moment, Shu Yi regained his composure, but his tone was still filled with excitement. Master, you might not know, but the Death Thumb Ring is the 9th-ranked treasure in the entire Sin domain. It is a death attribute treasure. I never thought that it would actually be in He Xin's hands. He turned and left, leaving the dumbstruck Shu Yi standing there like a statue. Death Thumb Ring? Tang Tian was surprised. The black thumb ring was simple and unadorned, it looked extremely ordinary, and he did not sense any death chi from it. Do I have to assassinate a list of powerhouses expert? Or a patriarch? How to tame it was the problem that Tang Tian had to solve. Although Tang Tian was anxious, but at the same time, he knew that only with strength and victory could he save everyone. He suppressed the anxiousness in his heart and worked hard to calm himself down, and attempted to solve the problem. If I treat the 6-armed demon as a law surface, and need it to project power, and require some sort of ritual. What will it be? Shu Yi's mind was blank. If that's the case, how do I communicate with the blue flames? Give it to me. Tang Tian felt that his surroundings had become quiet, which made him happy. He did not immediately leave East Immortal City. The battle with He Xin had benefited him greatly, and he needed time to digest it, and there was something special. I'll give it to you. You train in life and death laws, see if you can use it to control the death aura in your body. Tang Tian said casually. After an unknown period of time, Tang Tian's body trembled, his eyes suddenly released a bright light aura, his right palm had just formed the grasping flower seal, and a weak blue flame leaped out from his fingertips. Tang Tian stared at the blue flames and the sound mist. The angry fist seal's flames released a red light that tempered his body to another level, and the surging and restless origin force in his body was all thanks to it. Yes, it is one of the top 10 treasures in the world. Shu Yi was extremely excited. The 6-armed demon had 6 arms, and 3 of them already had things in their hands: the angry fist seal's red flames, the grasping flower seal's blue flames, and the weeping sword seal's sound mist. He saw a familiar name, He Xin. Yes. Shu Yi's expression was extremely excited. Sin Domain's Death Laws has only produced one top-notch martial artist, and that person is the Abyss, Zhu Zhuo. He gained enlightenment on Hell, and from the Sea of Hellfire, he found a nameless black rock that had been burned by the Hellfire for an unknown period of time. He used 20 years to carve the black rock into a thumb ring, and then imprinted all of his understanding of death into the thumb ring, and that is the Death Thumb Ring. Chapter 761. But Tang Tian still swam forward with all his might. He could not just sit and wait for death to come. Although he did not know what was summoning him, but it was better than staying where he was. Tang Tian shuddered, but what made him helpless was that he could only watch helplessly. What the hell is this blue flame? When he swam closer, Tang Tian could clearly see what the blue shadows were. Tang Tian's body continued to tremble. Wave after wave of blue flames entered Tang Tian's body and entered his heart. Grasping flower seal. He only trained in the grasping flower seal, and before he mastered the grasping flower seal, he did not plan to train in other seals. I am not a smart person, and can only use stupid methods, just like how he trained in the fire scythe ghost claw in the past. The blue ocean was boundless. The vicious chi in the blue flames, in the blink of an eye, was dissolved by the grasping flower seal, and the blue flames that invaded his body became food for the blue flames in his body. Strike first. Kai. Tang Tian's body trembled, and just at that moment, the demon hand in his body formed the grasping flower seal. SSSSI, the vicious chi that invaded the blue flames was absorbed by the grasping flower seal. The arrogant blue flames that invaded his body were now as though their bones were being pulled out. They were extremely tamed, and in the blink of an eye, they were completely absorbed by the blue flames in his heart. The size of the blue flames had already expanded to the size of a fist, and the color was extremely dense. Tang Tian felt that he was like a fish, swimming for a long time without reaching the end. He could not tell if it was an illusion or not. Everything around him was so real, and the unique energy of the blue ocean made Tang Tian feel familiar. Tang Tian did not realize that ever since the jellyfish appeared, the blue flames in his body had stopped beating, and retracted its chi. The blue jellyfish's transparent body, the blue flames, had already extinguished. He thought for a long time, and tried many methods, but to no avail. Tang Tian suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils dyed blue. On the way, Tang Tian was still thinking, if it is an illusion, how can I break it? Not knowing how long he swam, the time here was also very strange. However, Tang Tian was sure that he had been swimming for a long time because he started to feel tired. It was not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. He couldn't see his goal, nor could he see the end. He didn't know where he was, how to leave, and he didn't know if his current actions were meaningful. The tentacles of the blue jellyfish slammed into Tang Tian's face. The blue flames on the tentacles drilled into Tang Tian's body like a tide. They were like a crazy school of fish, swimming towards Tang Tian's heart. Tang Tian let out a muffled groan. He clearly didn't use much strength, but the pain was incomparable. The blood in his body was almost frozen. A strand of blue flame drilled into Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian's expression changed drastically. This strand of blue flame was actually swimming towards his heart. With the combination of the blue flames and the grasping flower seal, dealing with the blue jellyfish was extremely easy. When Tang Tian saw the blue jellyfish, he immediately charged into the swarm. He allowed the blue jellyfish to whip him, and the blue flames in his body became stronger and stronger, to the point where he could instantly suck up to 100 blue jellyfish. Along the way, Tang Tian met a few waves of blue jellyfish, but they were all devoured by the blue flames. Not right. I am a zero energy body, how can it be like this? Grasping flower smile. Not long later, Tang Tian locked onto the blue flames on the demon's fingertip. The blue flames jumped slowly, dispelling the blue sea's repulsion towards him. He felt that it was inconceivable. He had seen all sorts of flames, but he had never seen a flame that could think. What is that? The invading blue flames pounced towards his heart without hesitation, as though they had smelled something delicious. The expression on his face became even more tranquil. Seeing that the blue jellyfish did not seem to be difficult to deal with, Tang Tian relaxed. The blue sea was much denser than the blue sea that he had walked through previously, and he had never seen these blue jellyfish before. Everything was foreign, and Tang Tian was extremely cautious. Looking at their aggressive looks, Tang Tian did not believe that they were here to play with him. Like a blue arrow, it shot into Tang Tian's heart. Suddenly, he saw a group of blue figures in the distance. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. He had not seen a living thing for so long, and the terrifying silence was a form of torture to him. The group of blue figures seemed to have noticed Tang Tian, and quickly swam over. From the moment he entered the blue sea, Tang Tian could feel the excitement of the blue flames. Faintly, something seemed to be calling out to it, and the direction that Tang Tian was heading towards was following that feeling. Tang Tian did not know what the blue flames were, but Tang Tian was certain, even if it did not come from the blue sea, it definitely had some sort of relationship with the blue sea. A tentacle struck Tang Tian's arm like lightning. A few 100,000 times? I don't know, but it's a lot. But in the past few days, the number of blue jellyfish that the blue flames had sucked dry numbered in the thousands. Just by watching the sky demon use the grasping flower seal to dissolve the evil qi in the blue flames, Tang Tian had watched it over 1,000 times, and gradually, he had some understanding. A group of blue jellyfish, numbering around 70 to 80, they had long tentacles and transparent bodies, allowing them to blend in with the blue sea. The most eye-catching thing was that inside their transparent bodies, there was a blue flame the size of a candle, throbbing rhythmically. Tang Tian felt that he had become more intimate with the blue sea, and his speed of swimming became faster. But, at that moment, Tang Tian did not have the time to think, because the blue jellyfish were rushing towards him. The flames in the blue jellyfish's bodies throbbed intensely, their speed suddenly increased, and like a group of blue spirits, they quickly surrounded him. The blue flames spread along the long tentacles, and in the blink of an eye, all of the jellyfish tentacles were covered in a layer of blue flames. In that moment, a blue figure rushed to the front of Tang Tian, and Tang Tian had the time to raise his arm. Furthermore, he realized that the blue flame seemed to have its own consciousness. Its speed was extremely fast, like an agile fish. Everywhere it passed, Tang Tian's body would feel slightly numb. Tang Tian was stunned by the scene, and did not have the time to react. Tang Tian threw away all his suspicions, and continued to move forward. The blue flame was extremely quiet, and only lightly throbbed on the sky demon's grasping flower seal. All of this happened extremely quickly, to the point that Tang Tian did not even have time to react. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Around him floated the corpses of the blue jellyfish. None of them were still alive. By now, its body had expanded by a few times, and its color was much deeper than before. The invading blue flame was obviously shocked. It stopped for a moment, as though it was observing the blue flame rising from Tang Tian's heart. The two blue flames faced each other, and the difference could be seen. The invading blue flame was much denser, and the evil qi was much heavier. The blue flame that appeared on his heart was much fainter, and its qi was much weaker. The transparent water blade swept past the blue jellyfish, and a few of them were instantly sliced into two. The grasping flower seal was calm and serene, and did not match with Tang Tian's lively and passionate nature, so he could not find the trick to it. The blue jellyfish had low intelligence, and only had the most basic of instincts, and the only way they could attack was with the blue flame tentacles. What surprised him was that the repulsion from the blue sea had disappeared, and this time, Tang Tian felt like a fish in water. All right, no matter how bewitching it is, since I'm already here, let's see what's going on. Along the way, he did not give up on practicing the grasping flower seal. He was already familiar with the grasping flower seal, and after practicing like crazy, he was even more familiar with it. His speed of forming seals was as fast as lightning, as though it had become an instinct. The blue flames entered Tang Tian's heart like rain. And at the same time, the sky demon's grasping flower seal that was leaping with blue flames suddenly stopped. The short moment of battle caused Tang Tian's heart to tremble with fear, and thinking about it, he still felt some lingering fear. That blue flame actually used his own heart to set a trap. It was truly insane, if he was not careful. Tang Tian, who had gathered his spirit, took the chance that the blue jellyfish had not surrounded him, and leapt forward, his hand slashing down heavily. The surging power flowed out from Tang Tian's palm, forming a transparent water blade in the blue sea, and shot towards the blue jellyfish. The surviving blue jellyfish retracted their bodies like a spring, and with a sudden spring, they broke free from the turbulence in an instant. Their speed was extremely fast, and transformed into a strange afterimage, and shot towards Tang Tian. He was immersed in a calm and gentle state, his body moving forward like a nimble fish. The grasping flower seal in his hand was destroyed. So fast. He did not know. His expression became gentler and gentler, and a faint smile appeared on his face. A strange consciousness entered his mind. Seeing that it was about to enter his heart, Tang Tian's heart suddenly lit up with a faint blue flame. Seeing that, Tang Tian's heart turned cold. The blue flame in his body was like a cunning hunter, pretending to be delicious bait, and quietly laying a trap. When the last blue flame was swallowed, the blue flame that was attached to Tang Tian's heart was like a beast that had eaten its fill, lazily floated up and returned to the grasping flower seal. The heart that was covered in blue flames emitted an irresistible temptation. The corpses of the blue jellyfish slowly melted like jelly, and not long later, they completely melted and disappeared into the blue sea, and there were no longer any traces of the battle. Following that, the water blade brought up a current, and dispersed the group of blue jellyfish. But very quickly, his pupils constricted. Only when he met the blue jellyfish would Tang Tian stop his seals, and focus on observing every detail of the sky demon's grasping flower seal. Watching it over and over again, practicing it over and over again, he did not find it boring. Tang Tian could not do anything about the blue flame's ability to devour its own kind, but observing how the sky demon used the grasping flower seal to dispel the vicious aura, allowed Tang Tian to benefit greatly. The sky demon's 6 seals, the fact that Tang Tian was the first to gain enlightenment on the true essence of the angry fist seal proved that he was more proficient in fighting. Although the angry fist seal was not directly used in battle, but it was compatible with the high-spirited and unyielding aura of battle, and thus he was the first to gain enlightenment on the angry fist seal. But it is similar to the blue flame of the grasping flower seal. Tang Tian thought. Tang Tian felt uneasy. He had a feeling that the blue flame was not simple. Previously, he had suspected that the reason why he was pulled into the blue sea was because of the blue flame. But now he was sure, it was definitely because of the blue flame. While moving forward, his hands unconsciously formed seals. Chapter 762. Countless fish scales flew, blue mist spewed out, its tail was almost completely cut off by Tang Tian, only a small piece of flesh connected it. It looked extremely miserable. Without thinking, Tang Tian unleashed his heavy demonic execution and brazenly attacked. Not only did Tang Tian not relax, he became even more cautious. The strange fish panicked and wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The self-execution fiercely slashed at its tail. Tang Tian just wanted to find that faint summoning as soon as possible. He wanted to see what the hell was up to. Good stuff. Kai. Xiao Lan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly jumped out, and repeatedly urged Tang Tian. Tang Tian saw the blue flames on the fish's tentacles. He understood and swam over. Time, space, life and death, of the three fundamental laws, time law was the most terrifying. If he were to enter the chaotic flow of time, Tang Tian would not be able to return. Tang Tian was worried. Once he treated Xiao Lan as one of his own, Tang Tian became even more careful. Xiao Lan's joy of absorbing the blue flames was like a puppy gnawing on a bone. Tang Tian even suspected that if Xiao Lan had a tail, it would be wagging with all its might. But Tang Tian's heavy demonic execution was extremely powerful, and with the short distance between them, the strange fish was unable to dodge in time, and was struck head-on. A shocking wound appeared on its body, with the blue mist continuously seeping out. After getting familiar with Xiao Lan, Tang Tian's grasping flower seal had improved even faster, which surprised him. He realized that the grasping flower seal in his hand was able to establish a connection with the demon's grasping flower seal through Xiao Lan. With it as the center, a dense ripple spread out. Tang Tian tried a few other techniques, and immediately fell in love with the fish bone. The powerful and tyrannical heavy demonic execution, when unleashed with the fish bone, had a completely different feeling. It was extremely sinister and sharp. Every slash was silent, the power was even more condensed, without a trace leaking out. There were no surging ripples, only a sharp and formless line of water could be seen. The extremely thin water dagger shot out and traveled more than 500 feet before disappearing. Tang Tian immediately tied the fish bones together. The longest one was about the same length as an ordinary sword. It was quite comfortable to hold in his hand. Tang Tian, who had obtained a new toy, was looking forward to catching a few more strange fish to practice with. Moreover, he had a feeling that that thing was the key to his return. Tang Tian's thoughts were innocent, and he also thought it was fun. The blue flames reminded him of Yaya. I wonder how Yaya is doing now. If Yaya was here, they would probably become very good companions. He had traveled far and wide and had been to many strange places. All kinds of creatures had their own living areas. Along the way, he only met the blue jellyfish, and no other creatures. The blue jellyfish were very aggressive. Tang Tian lost count of how many blue jellyfish he had killed along the way. No, it was Xiao Lan who had eaten countless blue jellyfish. Hiss. When the two blue flames were placed next to each other, the difference could be seen. The strange fish's blue flames were much denser and deeper, and jumped with more strength. The two blue flames clashed together, and the blue flames on the fish's head were slowly absorbed by Xiao Lan. Unfortunately, there was no use in being uneasy. An unfamiliar consciousness barged into Tang Tian's mind. Just at that moment, Tang Tian suddenly felt a dangerous aura approaching. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a blurry blue figure. It was actually less than 3 feet away from him. All the hairs on his body stood. Tang Tian swam very quickly. He acutely realized that the number of blue jellyfish around him had decreased. He had not met any blue jellyfish for a long time. Tang Tian felt that his state of mind was becoming more and more transparent, as though it was made of glass. This feeling made Tang Tian feel weird. The state of mind was formless. How could it become like glass? Why would I have such an illusion? Oh, it must be because Xiao Lan lowered my intelligence. Tang Tian suspected that the time here was distorted. The figure revealed its true appearance. It was a strange fish that was half the length of a human. It had a sapphire blue fish body with a row of spikes on its back, and blue mist continuously seeped out from its scales. The blue mist enveloped its body and flowed along its body, gathering and not dispersing. The flat fish head extended out a tentacle, and on the tentacle, a blue flame danced. Xiao Lan seemed to have absorbed too much this time, and only recovered after a long time. The long time was what Tang Tian felt. Tang Tian had already realized that the time here was not right, and he could not judge the speed of time passing. This was something unimaginable in the past. For a powerful martial artist of his level, his control and grasp of time had reached an extremely fine level. The grasping flower seal could dissolve mental attacks, and that was Tang Tian's new gain. He did not hold back in his attack. And the slash was extremely close to the circular ripple. Tang Tian did not expect the monster to have such a move. It did not have any blind spots. Tang Tian had nowhere to dodge, and could only take it head-on. Almost instinctively, he formed the grasping flower seal. Looking at the dying monster, Tang Tian did not get close, and slashed again. Tang Tian guessed that Xiaolan's level was much lower than the blue jellyfish, because it was afraid of them. If not for the demon's grasping flower seal, the blue flame of the blue jellyfish would have immediately hidden. The demon was majestic and solemn. Cowardice, unease, fear, the emotions transmitted by the strand of consciousness caused Tang Tian to be slightly absent-minded. It was hard to imagine that a strand of flame would actually have such human-like emotions. It was truly a spirit. The strange fish opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and the most terrifying thing was that it actually had a tongue that was like a tuning fork that kept on trembling. The blue shadow was blurry. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it. Even if Tang Tian looked carefully, he could only see that the blue sea in that area had become slightly darker. The unknown was always dangerous. Every time Tang Tian looked at the demon, he would be shocked, but his heart would remain calm. The strange fish's corpse was like the blue jellyfish. It melted in the blue sea, only the few sharp thorns did not melt. Tang Tian floated over and kept the thorns in his hands. Tang Tian named it Xiaolan. In front of him, a school of strange fish were swimming towards him aggressively. Tang Tian was familiar with this kind of communication. Xiaolan's intelligence had increased, and it became much smoother. There were a total of 6 thorns. The longest one was about 1 kai long, the shortest one was about 1 kai long. The thorns were straight, the thorns were extremely sharp, and the entire body looked like a light blue crystal. Tang Tian tested it. It was extremely tough. He was actually unable to break it. After the strange fish's attack, its vitality was greatly injured, and it was on the verge of death. The other one patted his chest and said, "I have the fish bones, I have the strange fish, you can shoot as many as you want. Under this young man, there are no fish that can escape." The sharp and sonorous voice almost pierced through Tang Tian's eardrums. The water around the shadow started to ripple. Tang Tian was caught off guard. The voice drilled into Tang Tian's head, like an awl drilling into his brain. He had not encountered any blue jellyfish in this period of time, and Tang Tian guessed that he had barged into another creature's territory. He did not sense it at all. His grasping flower seal was well trained. The moment the seal was formed, his state of mind became calm, and the strange ripple coincidentally struck. The strange fish was unable to escape, and its body was sliced into 2, the blue mist that was initially condensed and dispersed. The entire process lasted for a full 10 minutes, causing Tang Tian to be surprised. Xiaolan swallowed the blue flames of the blue jellyfish effortlessly. But the strange fish's blue flames, Xiaolan could only swallow it bit by bit. With a flick of his wrist, the fishbone slashed across, unleashing blade devil transformation. Xiaolan was lazy, as though it was about to fall asleep. The strange fish seemed to know that it was hard to escape, and all the scales on its body trembled. Kai. With Xiaolan, the journey was no longer as boring. Although Xiaolan only had the simplest of emotions, but it made Tang Tian feel that he had gained a companion. One said that the strange fish had a wonderful taste, and asked Big Brother if you could do it again. Tang Tian's body went numb, his body was pushed back a few feet, the cry was still sharp, but it was not as painful as before. The grasping flower seal did not have any light aura, it tempered the state of mind. After the initial probing, the blue flame's consciousness seemed to understand that Tang Tian did not have any ill intentions towards it, and immediately became intimate. Seeing that, Tang Tian did not disturb it. He could tell that Xiaolan was evolving through swallowing the blue flames. He was curious, what would Xiaolan's final form be like? Xiaolan was terrified again, and did not dare move. After 2 to 3 seconds, Tang Tian regained his senses, and was overwhelmed with shock. So the grasping flower seal can be used like that. And the strongest concealment technique, true self-execution, when unleashed, not even the water could be seen, and there were no signs of it. Kai. Tang Tian extended his finger and pointed at the blue flame on the fish's head, and Xiaolan immediately appeared from Tang Tian's fingertip. His hand blade slashed out like lightning, the transparent water blade fiercely pierced into the shadow. The true self-execution was silent when it was unleashed. It looked like it did not have any aura, but when it neared the strange fish, its might suddenly exploded, as though it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Compared to his own hand blade, the water blade was thinner and sharper, and could fly further. The angry fist seal's light aura was red, and tempered the power of the physique. His gaze was suddenly attracted by a few things: the spikes on the strange fish's back. Very quickly, the blue flame and Tang Tian became familiar, and were no longer strangers. The blue flame's intellect was not high, and could only imitate simple emotions, like happiness or unhappiness. Then, the young man accidentally looked in front of him, and his hand that was patting his chest froze. Tang Tian was overjoyed. The demon's 6 seals was profound, and after a period of time, he would have new understandings. With a thought, he understood. The monster's attack just now was not just a sound wave attack, it also contained a mental attack. Tang Tian, who was frightened by the demonic sound that pierced through his mind, leapt forward, and like a fish, he shot out. The circular ripple brushed past his body, and he slashed out again, the true self-execution. Xiao Lan, who had absorbed the strange fish's blue flame, had shrunk back to the size of a candle, but it was much more solid. Every time the flame jumped, it would release a faint chi. Tang Tian did not have time to think. The strange fish's fork-shaped tongue trembled, and the circular invisible ripple shot towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian could clearly feel that Xiao Lan had become stronger, its emotions had become richer, and could communicate more with Tang Tian. Chapter 763. For the next few days, Tang Tian met with schools of strange fishes, and after killing them, he killed all of them. The fish bones he had collected had already piled up into a small hill, and he had no choice but to tear his clothes into strips and use them to form fish bones. He did not know what the opportunity was, and did not care about it, and continued to swim forward. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Everyone was fighting, but he was trapped in this strange place. The sapphire blue sea surface was calm without a single ripple, like a boundless mirror, extending far into the distance. The sky hung low, as though it was within reach. The white clouds were like pieces of cotton candy, quietly floating there. Tang Tian laughed. He dragged the large pile of fish bones and continued to move forward. The intense battle had caused him to struggle out of his daze. He did not know what was ahead of him, nor what the future held. But it did not matter. All of the enemies and obstacles, he would personally destroy them. The Ocean of Peace was the place to return to after death, where the battle spirit could rest in peace. Time crawled by, but the sea surface in front of him did not have any changes. All of the fish bones were extremely sharp and tough. They were natural weapons. The heavy demonic execution was not something any ordinary weapon could withstand, so these fish bones were a good choice. Other than the high consumption, there were no other flaws. Tang Tian, who was in high spirits, exerted even more strength and swam forward with all his might. Indigo mirror blue, is it a part of the blue sea? No, they are not ordinary blue dwarfs. These blue dwarfs looked as though they were carved out of sapphire. Their entire bodies were sparkling and translucent. Their eyes were indifferent, without any focus or life force. Tang Tian's gaze landed on the blue dwarfs' hearts. There, a blue flame was throbbing. It looked like a heart. Tang Tian laughed. He did not care. He did not know how many strange fishes he had killed. Tang Tian, who possessed the grasping flower seal and his powerful physique, from a certain perspective, was the natural enemy of these strange fishes. Tang Tian gasped for breath. After continuously killing, his stamina was almost depleted. Tang Tian was stunned. The scene in front of him, why was it so familiar? He did not feel anything during the battle, but once it ended, he immediately felt tired. The resistance in the blue sea was much greater than that in the air, and the consumption of stamina was also much greater. There were bruises all over his body. Although the strange fish's sonic attack couldn't cause any real damage to Tang Tian, it still left a lot of bruises on his body. The deep blue sea became brighter. This change made Tang Tian somewhat excited. In such a predicament, change was far better than no change at all. The picturesque scenery in the blue mirror was unchanging. After flying for a while, Tang Tian had the illusion that the sky and the clouds were just like a painting. Xiao Lan sensed something stronger than ever, as if something was calling out to it. They were like an army, neatly arranged, their spears like a forest. As if sensing Tang Tian's thoughts, Xiao Lan transmitted an intimate emotion. The grasping flower seal on his left hand was executed like a madman. Tang Tian could feel that Xiao Lan had benefited greatly this time. The deep azure color was dense and reserved. After recovering some of his strength, Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The strange fish's corpse had already melted into the blue sea, leaving behind a pile of fish bones. The further he swam, the brighter the blue sea became. After a while, he finally reacted, it is the indigo mirror ocean. No wonder. If it is an illusion, as long as I break it, I will be able to return to reality. He had sensed an indistinct aura. There's an ambush. Come on. Rumble. Xiaolan knew that the situation was dangerous, and did not dare to be a coward, and continued to help Tang Tian communicate with the demon, allowing Tang Tian's grasping flower seal to increase in power. Tang Tian sat on the mirror-like surface of the sea, and looked at the endless indigo mirror ocean in a daze. The mirror-like surface of the sea had nothing in it. If it was any other person, they would think that it was a misconception, but Tang Tian had absolute trust in his intuition. His battle intuition was naturally astonishing, adding on Bing's training, and the gradual formation of the glass mental state by the grasping flower seal, it made his battle intuition reach an even more astonishing level. The Southern Cross Army has 4 Cs. I have fallen into an even bigger illusion. Tang Tian became excited, the problem that he was most worried about had been solved, the haze in his mind was swept away, and the young man's fighting intent soared. Tang Tian's mind moved. Could it be that I am getting closer to the surface of the sea? The fishbone in his hand shattered. It was extremely tough, but after continuously withstanding the terrifying power of the heavy demonic execution, it was finally unable to take it and shattered. This guess made him extremely excited. He thought about Purple Cuckoo City. Outside of Purple Cuckoo City is the sea. Could it be that I am going back? The indigo mirror ocean trembled. Even the stationary clouds in the sky trembled. All of the strange gemstone blue dwarfs did not wield short spears, but long spears. Tang Tian adopted a fighting stance. Like a statue, his entire body did not move. Tang Tian, who was in battle, never lacked patience. It cheered and pounced forward, greedily absorbing the blue flames on the weird fish's tentacles. Its absorption speed became faster and faster, and when the last blue flame was absorbed, Xiaolan's body was already azure blue. The gemstone blue dwarfs in front of him were not to be trifled with, and their numbers were enough to cause despair. Luckily for Tang Tian, his body was outstanding, and the pure sound wave attacks did not cause much damage to him. Relying on his thick skin and thick muscles, Tang Tian also started to act barbarically, barging. This unreasonable method of attack caused Tang Tian's lethality to increase greatly. The weird fishes quickly suffered heavy casualties, and after half an hour, the ground was littered with fish corpses. The surface of the sea in front of him suddenly had bumps. It was unknown if it was because he had killed too many weird fishes, but his body started to release a faint aura. Tang Tian understood his own body extremely well, and knew that he definitely did not have such an odorless aura in the past. Tang Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks. He pulled out a fishbone, his expression gloomy. Following the direction of his senses, he moved forward with all his might. The indigo mirror ocean of the Southern Cross Army. The fish corpses that littered the ground, in Xiaolan's eyes, was a feast. Tang Tian collected all the fishbones and tied them into a bundle. Why is it the indigo mirror ocean? It was such a big bundle, and with a rough look, there were at least 100 of them, enough to last him for a while. Xiaolan seemed to be extremely afraid of the aura, and was extremely obedient in front of Tang Tian. Tang Tian still had lingering fear. The power of the sound waves was extremely powerful, and the frequency of the vibrations was so high that even he could not achieve it. It was only because his body had been trained to the extreme that he was able to survive. If it was any other person, under such high-frequency vibrations, their organs would have long been injured. The damage caused by the vibrations had always been terrifying, and shattering was the most common result. The scene around him was reflected in his glass-like state of mind, and Tang Tian was not used to such a state. He had always been immersed in battle, and burning with fighting intent. That was the battle of a youth. But now, his state of mind and emotions seemed to be detached from the spectators, although his efficiency in battle had increased, but he was not used to it. In the last few times, Tang Tian encountered a few strange fishes, and the moment he pulled out a fishbone, the strange fishes would escape in fright. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. It was the first time the strange fishes had encountered him escaping. Tang Tian had also improved greatly. His grasping flower seal was becoming more and more refined. Other people's state of mind was like a lake, but his state of mind was like a smooth and sparkling glass platform. Although it was getting brighter, but it seemed to be further away than what he had thought. Tang Tian felt exhausted, and when he finally saw the surface of the sea, he was ecstatic, and gathered his remaining strength, he surfaced. A blue figure slowly appeared from the surface of the sea. Could it be that I have killed too many strange fishes, and am covered in killing intent? My heart is like glass, untainted by even a speck of dust. The ocean of exile is an endless prison, forever imprisoning criminals. The most troublesome thing about the strange fishes was that their blue mist could conceal their bodies, and even though Tang Tian had the grasping flower seal to dispel the mental attacks, he was still struck a few times. If he were to use his hand to unleash the heavy demonic execution, the power would be stronger and more agile, but the sharpness could not be compared to the fishbones. Tang Tian deeply understood that it was not a good habit to randomly brag. The indigo mirror ocean was the boundary between reality and illusion, a place of purification. The army of sapphire blue dwarfs took a step forward. Tang Tian moved in a flash and arrived in front of a fish corpse. He pulled out a fishbone and returned to battle. Furthermore, the sound waves contained mental attacks. The prairie fire ocean was a place of energy, where tens of thousands of spirits were born. What caused Tang Tian to inhale cold air was that behind the army, more and more blue dwarfs appeared. It flew into Tang Tian's body, and slowly jumped between the demon's grasping flower fingers. Xiaolan was extremely excited. It did not have the lazy look from before, causing Tang Tian to be surprised. This fellow's appetite is getting bigger and bigger, seems like it has truly become stronger. I wonder what Xiaolan's final form will be like. Tang Tian's first reaction was to heave a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that he would be pulled into the blue ocean. Everyone was waiting for him to rescue them, but he was pulled into another place. Thinking about everyone made him extremely anxious. Tang Tian had a premonition that he was about to break through, but he was lacking an opportunity. The boundary between reality and illusion. It was the sixth fishbone that Tang Tian had used. Luckily for him, there were fish corpses everywhere, and he did not lack any fishbones. Do you think that you can stop me like that? Suddenly, Tang Tian thought about his experience of training the thousand-cleave demonic hand in the indigo mirror ocean, and all of the suspicions that he had previously had were suddenly enlightened. When he was in the blue ocean, he felt that the flow of time was extremely strange, and he was unable to accurately judge the flow of time. Tang Tian's gaze congealed. Blue dwarfs. The mirror-like surface of the sea made Tang Tian look like he was gliding on ice, dragging the fishbones that were taller than him. His speed was several times faster than when he was in the blue ocean. He was like a bird looking for its nest, tireless. Tang Tian's mouth revealed a disdainful smile. He took the rope that was dragging the fishbones from his shoulder and tied it to his waist. Xiaolan did not let go of any blue flames, and Tang Tian felt that Xiaolan was about to break through. Xiaolan's body was extremely congealed, like an extremely viscous liquid. Its movements were extremely slow. His mental state was stretched taut. The fishbones in his hand were released at an astonishing frequency. One after another, water blades that were as thin as threads shot out in all directions. There were constantly weird fishes that were sliced into two by the water blades. The blue mist pervaded the air, obstructing his vision. After resting for a while, he recovered his strength, and allowed Xiaolan to sense the direction again. Then he continued his journey. Chapter 764. Tang Tian mechanically brandished the fishbones and slashed mechanically. He did not know how long Tang Tian had been slashing for. We don't need you to bless us, we will definitely work hard, you don't have to worry about us, rest well, leave the battles here to us who are still alive. After a period of time, the blue tree would release countless of seeds like a dandelion. The seeds would flow along the water flow and rush to every corner of the blue sea. But very quickly, the seeds attracted countless of life forms in the blue sea like delicacies. He was startled for a moment, but regained a trace of clarity. The fishbones that were taller than him were all used up by him. After tossing and turning for a while, Tang Tian could not be bothered with it. Since he had met Xiaolan, the situation had become extremely strange. The scene in front of him was extremely majestic. Tang Tian actually forgot about his fatigue. The blue flames entered Xiaolan's body like raindrops. Xiaolan released a dazzling blue light. The surrounding gemstone blue dwarfs seemed to be extremely afraid of the blue light, and retreated backwards like the tide. Tang Tian hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and followed Xiaolan across the border. What surprised him was that he did not feel any resistance. The borders of the four seas actually did not have any resistance, but the four seas were clearly separated, and did not interfere with each other. Tang Tian could not help but be surprised. When Tang Tian woke up, he realized that he was covered in injuries. He was covered in blood. His legs felt like lead, he could not lift his arms, his entire body was in pain, he swayed and swayed, but he did not sit down. The surrounding gemstone blue dwarfs, who had lifeless mechanical faces, actually revealed a trace of fear. They stopped moving forward. Tang Tian turned his head back with difficulty. Behind him, the corpses of the gemstone blue dwarfs were like wheat that had been cut down. There was no end to it. The blue flowers were extremely beautiful, as though they had just been plucked from the trees. They were soft and filled with life. Unknowingly, he had fallen asleep. Suddenly, Xiaolan flew up again. Tang Tian was shocked. Xiaolan was flying towards the ocean of peace. Tang Tian did not understand, but he thought that Xiaolan definitely had a reason. He carefully walked forward. The deathly still ocean of peace had a slight warmth, but it did not make him feel uncomfortable. The buoyancy of the black seawater was amazing. Tang Tian did not need to use any strength to float on the surface. The black ocean of peace was not as lifeless as Tang Tian had imagined. The black seawater was extremely warm and could nourish living souls. A familiar fluctuation came from above his head. Tang Tian did not have the strength to raise his head, but he knew it was Xiaolan. Peng, the fishbone in his hand shattered again. Tang Tian subconsciously touched the pile, but he touched nothing. Tang Tian tilted his head and thought about it. He felt that it was impossible. The Southern Cross Army was a mechanical army, and were proficient in mechanical techniques and mechanical battles. Tang Tian couldn't imagine what kind of person could perform such a miracle. This seed absorbed a large amount of blue flames, and like a seed, it began to germinate in the dazzling blue light, growing into a small tree in the blink of an eye. The blue small tree grew a flower bud, which continued to grow, and when the last ray of blue light disappeared, the flower bud blossomed. Tang Tian stared at the bronze plate for a long time, an indescribable feeling in his heart. He opened his eyes wide in a daze. Unknowingly, the gem blue dwarfs around him had disappeared without a trace. Wherever the ripples passed, wisps of blue flames would rise from the bodies of the gemstone blue dwarfs on the ground. He had a strange dream. In the depths of the blue sea, there was a gigantic tree. It had millions of blue leaves, and every leaf was the size of a small mountain. In the middle of every leaf, there was a vortex, which continuously spewed out blue energy. The blue energy surged out like water. If not for the fact that the tree was exactly the same as the one in his dream, if not for the fact that his mental state was strong enough, he would have definitely gone crazy. He had tried many methods, but was unable to move the tree in his mental state. His injured body started to heal. The blue light was not warm, but it made Tang Tian feel at ease. Tang Tian was stunned. He looked ahead. The blue flames slowly floated up, like blue fireflies. He could not see the end of it. It was extremely beautiful. Apart from that, all the changes in his surroundings could be clearly reflected in his mind. He immediately benefited from this. In the past, he had observed the seals of the demon's 6 arms countless of times, but this time, he had a new understanding. Many details that he had not noticed before were all clearly displayed in his glass mental state. On the way, Tang Tian tried to communicate with the blue flower, but failed. If not for the fact that the blue flower was transformed from Xiaolan, he would definitely feel that it was bewitching. It was truly bewitching, and along the way, Tang Tian did not meet any other strange creatures. The most bewitching thing for Tang Tian was that he realized that he had actually trained in the grasping flower seal. The glass mental state was unbreakable, but, inside the crystal clear mental state, what was up with the small tree? It was as if he saw Uncle Bing placing a bronze nameplate into the black seawater, gently pushing it, watching it float away. He muttered to himself. Tang Tian woke up, and realized that unknowingly, His palms had actually formed the grasping flower seal, and in the middle of the seal, there was a blue flower. Eternal peace. Ocean of peace. That's right, Tang Tian felt that it had already broken through the limits of humans. Hair. Two crisscrossing lines formed a gigantic cross, each extending into the distance, splitting the space into four different oceans, each in a row. We will definitely win. Could it be that Uncle Bing and the rest were so powerful in the past? The six-armed demon in his body did not have any reaction to the small tree around him. But the blue flower would often run into the palm of the demon's grasping flower seal. The demon also had some changes. The angry fist seal and the grasping flower seal's arms had become extremely congealed. Suddenly, the blue flower in his palm floated up and flew towards a direction. The direction the blue flower flew in was extremely straight, obviously leading the way. Tang Tian chased after it. That was the 4 Cs of the Southern Cross Army. Tang Tian quivered, and immediately jumped up. He could not see Xiao Lan. If he could, he would definitely be surprised. Xiao Lan's body had transformed into a sparkling and translucent blue crystal, releasing a terrifying undulation. The undulation was like a stone thrown into the sea, producing layers of ripples. Tang Tian was startled. He had never thought that the 4 Cs would actually be like 4 jigsaw puzzles. An invisible barrier separated the 4 Cs. It was definitely not natural, it was definitely man-made. The blue flame the size of a finger slowly floated towards Xiao Lan as though it was being summoned. Tang Tian's eyes were red from killing. He did not even need to differentiate who was there, as he was surrounded by enemies. As long as he continued to kill, he would drag the fishbones and kill with all his might. It emitted a sweet chi, but was unable to escape from the large number of creatures in the blue sea. He closed his eyes and bathed in the dazzling blue light. After the fishbone shattered, he pulled out another one and continued to kill. Although it was not enough for him to immediately train in the remaining 4 seals, but it was still extremely helpful to him, and he improved quickly. Tang Tian also stopped, and stared blankly in front of him. But what made Tang Tian depressed was that he was still able to communicate with Xiao Lan previously, although the communication was extremely vague, but at least they were able to communicate. But after Xiao Lan transformed into a flower, the communication had disappeared. The blue light became even brighter, and Tang Tian felt as though there was a blue sun above his head. The dazzling blue light caused him to be unable to open his eyes. What does that mean? After flying for an unknown period of time, Xiao Lan suddenly stopped. Tang Tian then realized that the seed was Xiao Lan. At that moment, strategies and techniques were no longer important. The tide of sapphire blue dwarfs did not give him any time to think, and could only instinctively kill. Finally, there was a seed that met a middle-aged man in the blue sea. The middle-aged man felt that it was very unique, and refined it into a unique blue light aura. After the middle-aged man died, the blue light was passed down to his son. His son met an unconscious lady, and Tang Tian immediately recognized that the unconscious lady was Jiyu Shui. He took a deep breath. In the silent blue mirror ocean, with no one to communicate with, it was an extremely painful and lonely thing. Tang Tian wanted to laugh, but he did not even have the strength to move his lips. This is Xiao Lan. After walking for a long time, Tang Tian suddenly realized that not far away, there seemed to be something floating. There was a small tree growing in his mental state. If this was not demonic, then Tang Tian felt that there was nothing that could be called demonic. Upon stepping into the ocean of peace, Tang Tian's vision changed. With a thought, he flew a few times and scooped up something from the surface of the sea. Tang Tian quickly experienced the benefits of the glass mental state. Previously, if he flew for a long period of time, although his body could endure it, but his mental state would still feel tired. But now, after flying for a longer period of time, his mental state did not feel tired at all. Southern Cross Army's first-class soldier Zhu Yong died in the Battle of Qingshan. No need for protection, rest in peace. Other than his instincts, he also had a breath. Tang Tian placed all of his focus on training, and only left a strand of his mental state to follow the blue flower. Tang Tian was stunned. Could it be that my dream? The incessant surging was the ocean of exile, the smooth as a mirror was the indigo mirror ocean, The sea covered in flames was the prairie blazing ocean, and the black and silent ocean of peace. Upon entering the ocean of peace, Xiao Lan entered Tang Tian's body. The other 4 arms were still blurry and illusory. Tang Tian could tell that the demon had become stronger, and that was a good thing. It was a bronze plate. On the front of the bronze plate was the Southern Cross Army's insignia, and behind it was a row of small words. Whenever the living prayed for the dead to rest in peace, they would usually pray for blessings and blessings for the living. But this bronze plate had the words "No need for protection, rest in peace." Out of the 6 demon seals, he had only mastered 2 seals, and still had 4 more. The blue light would be injected into Jiyu Shue's body. The gem-blue dwarfs became restless, the fear on their faces became even denser. Chapter 765. The Godfist Light Tree. The last 3 light pillars merged into one, transforming into a single light pillar that continued to grow towards the ground. They grew slower and slower, and when they were 3 m away from the ground, they stopped. Tang Tian's eyes were blurred with tears. Countless light auras converged towards his fist from every corner of the ocean of peace. Compared to the towering trunk of the divine fist light tree, they were as tiny as grains of sand. Only the brave can win. Very quickly, he reached Ghost Face Mask's residence. Tears flowed out once again. After countless of collisions, all of the heroic spirits were smashed into pieces and scattered into the ocean. Advance! 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 The ocean of peace seemed to be boiling, the tsunami surged, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Southern Cross Army. If he was injured, it meant that his law surface was perfected, and it was just a temporary explosion. He turned and raised his head, facing the sky above him. He opened his arms and looked at his cracked face with an indescribable determination. In 100 years, we will fight side by side again. Tang Tian felt the world spinning around him, his consciousness was slowly fading away, and before he fainted, he could hear the deafening cheers. The countless of heroic spirits behind him shouted in unison, "Southern Cross Army, advance!" Smashed into pieces and scattered into the ocean. The God Fist that had never been completed before was completed for the first time. The berserk ocean of peace suddenly calmed down, as though it was being suppressed by an invisible hand. "Break! Southern Cross Army, advance!" What replied him was an angry roar, "Southern Cross Army, advance!" They only had 1 life, the target's life was the same, and the assassin's life was the same. As long as they survived, it meant that they still had a chance. For the sake of killing in 1 strike, to increase the risk, to Yin Wufeng, who was an old hand, it was the most foolish thing to do. "The army is in danger, we need reinforcement. The army is in danger, we need reinforcement." The densely packed heroic spirits below were all silent. What responded to him was a furious roar that sounded like a landslide or tsunami. "Fight!" He pulled back his fist, causing the calm ocean of peace to start to ripple. Yin Wufeng looked at the house in front of him, and quietly snuck in. "Pa pa pa!" Another heroic soul took over the command. It roared angrily like an angry lion. Everything in the surroundings was like a burst bubble, constantly being annihilated. How could he stand idly by with such a strong belief, such deep emotions, such heroic feelings, and such bravery and sacrifice? To be able to fight against the death god's scythe without being injured, Yin Wufeng immediately turned and ran, because that meant that the other party had touched upon the highest level of power. 10,000 years. The heroic spirit's voice resounded in the air above the ocean of peace. "It has been a full 10,000 years, 100 years is a cycle, but we are still unable to charge out. That battle should have ended a long time ago. In these 10,000 years, there were no more new spirits, the army should have died, what we are doing now might be meaningless." He narrowed his eyes and was about to attack. Tang Tian didn't know if he was crying or roaring along. He only had one thought in his mind: fight. A female heroic soul shouted loudly. She resolutely crashed into the sky barrier. But what if? What if the army was still fighting? What if someone from the army was still alive? What if the army was waiting to rise? For a bunch of old fellows who are already dead, a 1 in 10,000 chance is enough. In the night sky of East Immortal City, the streets were extremely quiet. It was a special period of time, and no one would go out at night. In the entire Sin domain, There were not more than 5 martial artists who had stepped into the law domain. Yin Wufeng knew who he could offend, and who he could not, and they were all people he could not afford to offend. Xu Yi's strength was weak, and was not enough to pose a threat to Yin Wufeng, and he was even heavily injured. The Null Division prisoners had good physiques, but in the eyes of a powerful martial artist of his level, their fighting ability was close to zero. The army is in danger, we need reinforcement. Did we break through the boundary of the dream realm? A heroic spirit shouted out. Tang Tian heard a buzzing sound. Before he could react, the bronze nameplate in his hand broke free from Tang Tian's hand and flew into the sky. The boundless black ocean of peace beneath his feet dissipated like a broken light aura. But there were more and more light sand, and they continued to enter the main branch of the light tree. Countless heroic spirits frantically crashed into the sky like a tide. There was a formless barrier in the sky that was like an iron wall. When the heroic spirits crashed into it, the sky did not move at all. The heroic spirits transformed into countless bronze fragments and fell into the ocean of peace. He suddenly shouted out, "The life and death of our army is unknown, how can we rest in peace?" Is that the Southern Cross Army? The one who inherited the Southern Cross Army is me. When the light tree's main branch touched Tang Tian's glass mental state, Tang Tian's body trembled, his face was filled with tears. The army is in danger, we need reinforcement. All of that was not important. Yin Wufeng's investigation was to see if Ghost Face Mask was injured, and that was the crux of the assassination. The life and death of our army is unknown, how can we rest in peace? It was not only to make it easier for them to succeed, but also to be able to retreat if they failed. In the past 10,000 years, in the unknown ocean of peace, the ocean of peace that everyone thought to be a paradise, every 100 years, such an intense battle would occur. All of these heroic spirits that had already passed away, gave up on resting, fought with all their might, disregarded everything, and were crazy. The soundless roars converged into a powerful current that swept through the ocean of peace. The hysterical roars resonated in the sky above the ocean of peace. Countless of figures smashed into the sky even more crazily, causing even more bronze fragments to descend. But even more figures shot out from the ocean of peace and smashed into the sky. Even if it was an illusion, even if it was a group of heroic spirits that had already died, even if they were doing something stupid. Just a bit more. Just a bit more. The changes in Tang Tian's glass mental state were like smoke. The light aura around the heavenly demon's body exploded out. The blue flower in his grasping flower seal flew out, transforming into a bewitching and beautiful blue flower that floated down and danced around. The angry fist seal leaped with flames, throbbing powerfully, like a war drum. Every time it throbbed, there would be a wave of blazing red light that swept out. Suddenly, a strange light aura leaked out from Ghost Face Mask's residence. A heroic spirit with cracks all over his body flew into the sky. Tang Tian recognized him. He was the first heroic spirit that had smashed into the sky. There were so many heroic spirits, but no one saw Tang Tian. Behind her, countless figures followed closely. Southern Cross Army, advance. The ocean of peace once again returned to silence. The sky shattered. Every bronze nameplate flew into the sky and transformed into an illusory spirit figure. In the blink of the eye, the densely packed figures rushed into the sky from every corner of the ocean of peace. It was a majestic sight. It looked like it was raining at Tang Tian's feet. He lowered his head to look. The bronze nameplate fragments were falling down like rain. His face that was filled with tears involuntarily revealed a smile. Southern Cross Army, advance. But the heroic spirits continued to advance wave after wave, like a tide. All of the heroic spirits raised their heads. Tang Tian's fist continued to pull apart. The light aura on his right fist was so dazzling that his figure could not be seen. Tang Tian's fist struck the sky. He had been in this line of work for many years, and had assassinated countless famous people, so he naturally knew the way of assassination. He had arrived at East Immortal City a few days ago, but he did not take action, but carefully gathered information. Assassination did not seem difficult, but to succeed in one strike, ample preparation was required, and the more information he had, the more leeway he could make. Tang Tian did not know, but he could feel the determination and frantic fighting intent, which contained a strand of hope and anticipation. The army is in danger, we need reinforcement. Only courageous people would be able to face the futility of failure. Only courageous people would be able to persevere in their own beliefs and fight even after death. Only courageous people would be able to face the boundary of life and death and hope without retreating. He quietly snuck into the house. All of the Null Division prisoners were extremely responsible, but their guards, in Yin Wufeng's eyes, were useless. Yin Wufeng had investigated very clearly. Ghost Face Mask was injured. Tang Tian's heart was filled with suspicion and shock as he watched the scene in front of him. Seeing the wave after wave of attacks, he did not understand what they were doing. A dazzling light aura lit up from Tang Tian's fist, and in the black ocean of peace, it was as though a sun had risen. Ghost Face Mask only had Shu Yi and the Null Division prisoners by his side. What responded to him were the figures that floated to his side, all of them shouting at the top of their lungs in unison, "Fight, fight, fight." The countless heroic spirits that filled the sky were like moths flying into flames, like elite guards that were trying to fill up the sea. They were frantically rushing towards the sky. He had investigated very clearly. For example, the various families in East Immortal City had already submitted to Ghost Face Mask, which was originally a huge problem, but his luck was good. It was said that the elites of the various families were brought out of the city by one of Ghost Face Mask's subordinates. Just at that moment, a roar came out beside his ears. Tang Tian gave it his all. He did not hold back at all. The Godfist Light Tree's trunk miraculously started to grow downwards. Tang Tian's tears and mucus flowed freely. His chest felt as though it was blocked by something, as though something was burning. He felt extremely uncomfortable, but also proud. A large group of heroic spirits rushed towards the sky. Although Yin Wufeng was fearful of such a powerful martial artist, but he still had the possibility of succeeding, and injuries caused by the highest level of power were definitely not so easily healed. Countless of heroic spirits looked at the sun. They transformed into countless black shadows and entered the sun. The bronze plate fragments slowly converged, and many bronze plates that were covered with cracks floated on the surface of the sea. One by one, the heroic spirits slowly floated out from the bronze plates. Their entire bodies were covered with cracks, as though they were porcelain people that were pieced back together. Looking at them, there was no end to them. How can I sit back and watch? One by one, heroic spirits flew into Tang Tian's body from all directions. They entered Tang Tian's mind and transformed into light spots, advancing wave after wave towards the Godfist Light Tree's main trunk. At his level, raising his strength by 10% was extremely terrifying. With the growing yin sword in his hand, his heart immediately calmed down. The sword was truly filled with evil, and was extremely suitable for assassination. With the sword, his strength could increase by 10%. Just at that moment, countless bronze plates flew out from the ocean of peace, and shot towards the sky. Chapter 766. Fatty When was in a daze. Ghost Face Mask does not belong to the honorable martial continent. If not, he would have left long ago. Tang Tian did not know that there were two important people watching him from the shadows. He was completely shocked by Xiao Lan's terrifying power. Yin Wufeng's every move did not escape the glass mental state, and even Tang Tian could not help but praise Yin Wufeng's craftiness and experience. Being caught off guard, Yin Wufeng's vision turned white. He groaned, ignoring everything else. His figure turned into smoke and escaped outwards. Pa pa pa. When the last drop of blood dripped, Yin Wufeng fell to the ground. The life and death of the army is unknown. How can I rest in peace? What technique is that? Yin Wufeng already knew that his mission had failed. The Ghost Face Mask's strength had far exceeded his expectations. It quietly floated in front of him. Tang Tian's mind moved. A blue light quietly shot into the wall in the corner. As though it could pierce through nothing. He had thought of all sorts of possibilities, such as failure, but he did not find it strange. He had used Yin Wufeng because he believed in his strength, and also because he wanted to test the waters. If he could be killed, it did not matter if he was Ancestor Li's inheritor. Dead people were never important. Tang Tian was shocked. He subconsciously formed the grasping flower seal. The blue light continued to shine, but Tang Tian, who was at peace, did not feel that it was piercing to his eyes. Countless light figures swept past the glass mental state, and a blurry figure shrunk to the corner of the wall. What is he trying to do? But out of all the possibilities that he had thought of, he did not think that Yin Wufeng would be killed so easily. That strange and terrifying blue flower made him feel a chill down his spine. Ancestor Li's legend had not been completely forgotten, and the legend of the heavenly flower was still being passed down by word of mouth. A gust of wind blew past, and there was nothing on the ground except for a dusty sword. Without thinking, he wanted to escape. His intuition towards danger had saved his life countless of times. Honestly, Fatty Wen felt that the possibility of success was very small, no, extremely small. Such a small chance of success, there was no meaning in investing, but why was his heart palpitating with excitement? The blue light flew out from the wall, it was extremely fast, and the shocked Yin Wufeng only had time to raise the growing yin sword in his hand. Suddenly, he lowered his head and inadvertently glanced at something, only to be stunned. Between his fingers, a bewitching blue flower was shockingly visible. The dust particles exploded one after another. Tang Tian's mind trembled. If it wasn't a dream, then what happened in the ocean of peace? Tang Tian's head buzzed, and he felt goosebumps all over his back. Was this not a dream? Faintly, the ocean of peace appeared in front of Tang Tian's eyes, the scene of everyone rushing towards the sky like a tidal wave and being smashed into pieces, all of the porcelain-like figures, all of the resolute figures, all of them roaring out in anger that shook everyone's hearts. Just as Tang Tian's mind moved, the small bronze sword flew in front of him. The small bronze sword carried the style of the Southern Cross Army, its blade was covered with cracks, causing Tang Tian to think of the broken porcelain heroic spirits in the ocean of peace. That ghost face mask would definitely return to the sacred Saint Galaxy. Thinking of this, Fatty Wen's mind swayed. Thinking of this, Fatty Wen hesitated. The strength of the Honorable Martial Continent had long been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the Sin Domain people. Can Ghost Face Mask defeat the Honorable Martial Continent? The sudden light aura that shot out from the house shocked Yin Wufeng. Old Man Zhu was confused by the name of Ancestor Li's inheritor, but Fatty Wen was extremely clear. He could tell that Ghost Face Mask's ambitions were not in the Sin Domain. Furthermore, Ghost Face Mask's powerful martial strength had sobered him up, and from a different angle, he immediately felt that his vision was clear. How can I rest in peace? Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that he had tears streaming down his face. 10,000 years of obsession, 100 years of reincarnation, the heart of the army, the heroic spirit will not die. As though it had sensed Tang Tian's thoughts, the undying sword trembled, its powerful and solemn hoarse roar sounded out, like a strong man's sad song, like a raging inferno burning his body. The fighting intent pierced through the sky, it was extremely heroic. A blue bewitching flower stuck onto the blade of the growing yin sword. Tang Tian looked at the words in a daze. The powerful and hoarse roar that reverberated in the sky above the ocean of peace seemed to be right beside his ears. Hearing the familiar sound of the spore exploding, Yin Wufeng's heart calmed down. They looked down on the poor Sin Domain. He instinctively twisted his waist and dodged to the side, but his chest suddenly felt pain, and his body froze. No need for protection, rest in peace. The blue flower on his finger suddenly lit up. The dazzling blue light instantly enveloped the entire room. Tang Tian, who had tears in his eyes, finally understood. It was not Xiao Lan who had summoned him into the dream, but the undying heroic spirits, because he was the true leader of the Southern Cross Army. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the six-armed demon, and as though he was struck by lightning, he was dumbstruck. On Yin Wufeng's corpse, there was a tiny blue wound. The blue color of the wound quickly spread, and very quickly, the strange blue color spread to his entire body, causing Yin Wufeng's corpse to become sparkling and translucent like a sapphire. Is this a dream? Yin Wufeng's pupils dilated, and in the next moment, the dazzling blue light erupted without any warning. And the tide of Southern Cross Army, advance. He only had one thought in his mind, escape. To an assassin, it was undoubtedly a fatal mistake. Xiao Lan. The fatty looked at the old man, and said indifferently, Elder Zhu's words are wrong, whether or not I think it is not important, what is important is what other people think. The fatty kept his bitter smile, and said sternly, legends say that in the past, Ancestor Li's demon 6 seals had the illusion of heavenly flowers falling. As expected, it is not a dream. The glass mental state was sparkling and translucent, without a speck of dust. The sapling was extremely eye-catching. And if Ghost Face Mask truly wanted to return to the sacred Saint Galaxy, he would have to fight with the Honorable Martial Continent. Let's see Lu Shengxiong's reaction. The old man said faintly. The old man remained silent. What's going on? There's a line of small words on the sword blade. Ancestor Li's inheritor might seem important, but in truth, it was not important at all. The truly important thing was Ghost Face Mask's strength. Without strength, using the title of Ancestor Li's inheritor was simply seeking death. If he was strong enough, even without the title of Ancestor Li's inheritor, he could still move unhindered in the Sin domain. Even if he personally took action, he would not be able to do better than Xiao Lan. The crystallized corpse started to crumble. How is that possible? Tang Tian held onto the bronze sword that was filled with cracks, and muttered, "From today onwards, you will be called the Undying Sword. With my heart, the heroic spirit will not die. Senior's heroic spirit, fight with me." Every spore that exploded would release a fine silk, and in the blink of the eye, a thick silkscreen was formed. All of the spore silk were extremely tough, and the crucial point was that there were many of them. Although the blue flower was bewitching, but to break through the layers of defense was not an easy task. A blue flower petals wrapped around the growing yin sword and returned to Tang Tian's room. After throwing the growing yin sword in front of Tang Tian, the flower petals disappeared and transformed back into Xiao Lan, which entered Tang Tian's body. In the weeping sword seal's palm where the sound sand was, a small bronze sword swam around like a small fish. The grey sword screen scattered, and countless of fine dust particles flew in all directions. Boss Wen knew the meaning behind Old Man Zhu's words. Lu Tian had not appeared for a long time, and the various families started to guess if he had met with a mishap. Everyone could think of it, so how could the experienced Lu Shengxiong sit and watch? Sharpwind City was currently filled with experts, waiting for Ghost Face Mask to walk into their trap. But for some reason, Fatty Wen did not believe that Sharpwind City could stop Ghost Face Mask. But he did not refute, there was no meaning in such a fight. After inspecting his own body, Tang Tian became even more bewildered. Suddenly, his face changed. Even though he could not see, but Yin Wufeng, who had already grasped the entire place, was still able to accurately follow the escape route that he had long planned out, and not blindly fly into the sky. He was experienced, and knew that flying into the sky in such a passive state was equivalent to exposing himself to the enemy, and would only make him a target. This is. That was the only word left in his mind. The scene in front of him gradually returned to normal. He looked at the terrifying flower in front of him in a daze, fresh blood slowly dripping down the petals, revealing the beautiful and bewitching blue color. The life and death of the army is unknown, how can I rest in peace? The blue flower suddenly transformed into a rain of flowers, sweeping up the growing yin sword on the ground, and entered Tang Tian's room. The moment he saw Xiao Lan, he suspected that it was a dream. If it is truly a dream, then what is Xiao Lan? The sacred Saint Galaxy, such a distant name, the homeland of my ancestors. Fatty Wen, who was born in the Sin domain, did not have deep feelings for the sacred Saint Galaxy, but he knew one thing, the sacred Saint Galaxy was not as poor and destitute as the Sin domain. Even Yin Wufeng failed. The middle-aged man who spoke was fat and dressed extravagantly, like a merchant. The old man raised his eyebrows. Does Boss Wen truly think that he is Ancestor Li's inheritor? Yin Wufeng, who was frantically escaping, suddenly felt as though he was being stared at by a wild beast. The hairs on his body tensed up, his heart was shocked. Without thinking, he suddenly pounced to the side, the growing yin sword in his hand releasing a layer of sword screen to protect his entire body. In the distant corner, the two people who were watching from afar had pale faces. He retracted his chi, not daring to reveal anything, and hid in the shadows. The law he trained in was extremely unorthodox, called Ghostian Mushroom. His law surface was like a mushroom, thus it was called Ghostian Mushroom. The power it projected was extremely feminine, and the yin attribute power was extremely suitable for concealing his chi. The scene of the viscous red blood slowly retreating from the beautiful petals caused people to feel a chill in their hearts. The other person was an old man with a face full of hardships. His hands were covered with calluses. He looked no different from an ordinary laborer, just that his eyes had a faint light flickering. He was quiet for a long time, then said, "Does Boss Wen recognize this flower?" Tang Tian immediately inspected his body. He subconsciously caressed the sword blade, and a familiar and intimate consciousness came to him. That is. Damn it. Yin Wu Feng, who had calmed down, became even faster. He stuck close to the wall of the alley and swept forward. The thick silk screen behind me was instantly pierced through. How is that possible? Yin Wu Feng quietly concealed himself outside the house. The blue light that leaked out from the house was extremely intense, causing him to feel uneasy. Just at that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. People who were proficient in assassination were extremely sensitive to danger. The wall in front of him suddenly lit up with a blue light. The blue light seemed to have a power that could suck away one's soul, causing one's heart to palpitate. The dream was extremely clear. Every single detail was extremely clear. Chapter 767. But, with such an intense explosion, even Ghost Face Mask will not be able to survive. Ghost Face Mask, who was covered with blood markings, stood quietly in the night, his scarlet eyes staring at the martial artists brimming with killing intent, all of their hands lit up with dazzling light auras. Converging into one, he had nowhere to run. You are fated to be enemies with the world. Shu Yi felt that Master was agitated. In the eyes of the majority, Ghost Face Mask was a liar. Someone shouted out from the crowd, causing everyone to be filled with courage, even the people who were hesitating threw their hesitation to the back of their minds. That's right, they are in Sharp Wind City, they have the advantage in numbers, so what if Ghost Face Mask is powerful? Even if the entire world is his enemy, even if my body is crushed, even if I have nothing, I am not afraid at all. Seniors of the Southern 10 armies, just wait and see, we are also very powerful. So fast. Wasn't Master injured? Why? 40 martial artists, without even releasing a single move, were reduced to dust. Shu Yi forcefully stabilized himself, his face filled with shock. Master is. Wherever the ripple passed, the space seemed to distort and shatter. Then let's begin. He was deeply shocked, extremely touched, but not envious at all. Immediately, 10 figures pounced towards Tang Tian from all directions. Most of the martial artists' eyes landed on the terrifying slash marks on the ground, their faces changing. But there were a few martial artists who looked at Tang Tian with blazing gazes. What kind of failure can compare to being crushed once every 100 years? What kind of sorrow can compare to being trapped in an ice coffin for 10,000 years? This guy is definitely bluffing. The exploding light ball gradually dimmed and dissipated. A light sound came out, like a watermelon exploding. What a joke. Before forming the Weeping Sword Seal, Tang Tian would never have thought that the unique characteristic of the Weeping Sword Seal would actually be vibration. The tiny undying sword spun around, waves of strange ripples slowly rippled out. When the dust dissipated, only a third of the majestic city wall remained, with a 50 m long and 15 m deep crater. It looked like a terrifying wound. Luckily, the martial artists who were remorseful for their slow reactions, only rejoiced in their hearts. The Ghost Face Mask was actually so terrifying. In one move, 40 martial artists were all killed. No one could see if the slash mark was personally made by the Ghost Face Mask, but a few of the quick-witted fellows had already thought of a few ways to create such a deep hole. A few of them concluded that Ghost Face Mask was a liar, and wanted to create such a huge pit to scare everyone. A wave of fine, invisible ripples spread out in all directions. However, the vibration occurred within his body and directly affected Tang Tian's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. This left Tang Tian with no way to deal with it. But very quickly, Tang Tian experienced the beauty of the Weeping Sword Seal. His internal organs, which were very difficult to refine, became increasingly tough under the continuous high-frequency vibrations. A swindler had a glib tongue and knew how to act, but as soon as he made a move, he would be exposed. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. Ding. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for sound wave attacks to cause any damage to Tang Tian's internal organs. Tang Tian's flesh, blood, muscles, and bones were extremely strong. When the vibration touched his body, it would be automatically resisted and weakened by his body, disappearing into nothingness. I am Ghost Face Mask. Tang Tian took advantage of the night to leave East Immortal City with Xu Yi. The martial artists surrounding him froze, their roars disappeared, the light auras of their laws stopped moving, their sinister expressions froze. Because he had his own glory, he had his own brothers who could live and die with him, brothers who could entrust their backs to them without any worries. They had gone through the flames of war, they had gone through life and death situations, and they had the same beliefs, and fought side by side. There was no fluctuation in his voice, as though he was narrating an extremely ordinary matter. The unconcealed killing intent was like the night wind, causing everyone to feel a bone-chilling intent. Out of the 40 martial artists, more than half of them were elites who had gained enlightenment on law surfaces, and when they lost control of their laws and self-detonated, the resulting explosion was extremely powerful, and even though they were watching from afar, they still felt that it was terrifying. Overlooking the sharp-wind city in the night, he could feel the raging fighting intent in his chest. The ghost face was covered with bloodlines, it was extremely sinister and terrifying, his black pupils were like burning red iron, extremely eye-catching in the night. The Southern Cross Army's glory, beliefs, belonged to Bing, belonged to Arshin, belonged to Screw, belonged to the undying heroic spirits. They had once fought side by side, they had once shared life and death, under the same flag, they shouted and burned with their beliefs. Xu Yi was completely shocked. Tilda, what technique is that strange little sword? Tilda, so terrifying. Tilda, what they are writing now, is a legend that belongs to them. Tilda, he suddenly formed the weeping sword seal, and a small bronze sword floated in front of him. The dazzling glory was truly touching, but it was the glory of the past, the glory of the seniors, and not his, even if he was the current leader of the Southern Cross Army. The high temperature of the explosion did not dissipate, and in the distorted air, a blurry figure wearing a mask appeared. He flicked the sword blade with his finger. All of the martial artists of Sharp-Wind City who had rushed over noticed the proud figure in the sky, and their faces changed. When they saw the collapsed city walls and gigantic crater beneath Ghostface Mask's feet, they could not help but take in cold breaths. Tilda, what are the setbacks and predicaments in front of me? Tilda, the high-frequency vibration's destructive power was astonishing. Tang Tian knew that, but he never thought that such a vibration would actually appear in his own body. Tang Tian watched as Sharp-Wind City got closer and closer, the fighting intent in his chest suddenly soared. With a flick of his wrist, Xu Yi, who was in his hands, was flung 300 m away. Countless blood splattered out at the same time, the law light aura that was out of control exploded, the dazzling light ball engulfed Ghostface Mask's body, the light aura from the explosion mixed with the blood, adding a tinge of blood, as though it was a dazzling blood sun. Tang Tian's speed suddenly increased, like a sword that swept forward at lightning speed. Tang Tian's speed increased exponentially, his entire being became like a wisp of smoke, flying to the sky above Sharp-Wind City. Tang Tian watched on coldly, as though the scene in front of him had nothing to do with him. It was no secret that the Fu family wanted to deal with Ghostface Mask in Sharp-Wind City, and in the past few days, the rumors regarding Ghostface Mask had spread far and wide, but the majority of the rumors were about him impersonating Ancestor Li's inheritor, which became the joke of many people. Bang! Tang Tian flew forward at full speed, the ice-cold wind was like blades, his heart was like a raging inferno, burning wantonly. Tang Tian knew what that meant. The power of the physique did not come out of nowhere, it came from the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and when the 5 viscera and 6 bowels became stronger, it was like the soil becoming more fertile, and the trees would naturally grow better. Tang Tian's strength had increased explosively, he had already formed 3 seals out of the 6 demon seals. The angry fist seal caused his entire body to be filled with qi and blood, the grasping flower seal caused his mind to be crystal clear, but the weeping sword seal was completely different from the other 2 seals. Everyone's expressions froze, and suddenly turned into fear. What better prey could there be than a pretentious liar? Everyone was stunned by the terrifying scene. Tilda, my own strength has improved again. Tilda, a small blood scar appeared on a martial artist's face. Following that, more and more blood scars appeared, like a red spiderweb. They were like porcelain that had been smashed, and were once again pieced together. The blood scars were everywhere. Xu Yi was being carried by Tang Tian, and felt extremely awkward. Which subordinate was being carried by their superior? He thought of ways to get Tang Tian to let him down, but Tang Tian ignored him. In the night, the outline of Sharp-Wind City gradually became clearer, causing Shu Yi to open his eyes wide. Suddenly, his entire body became lighter, the wind became even more intense, the master was increasing his speed. The frequency of the undulation was extremely high, and had long surpassed the limits of what the human ear could capture. He looked down on everyone indifferently. We have more people. Tang Tian did not move an inch in the night, he did not have any intention of dodging. The feeling of his 5 viscera and 6 bowels vibrating at the same time made his body numb. If not for the angry fist seal's red light continuously tempering him, causing his 5 viscera and 6 bowels to be much stronger than before, just the frequency of the vibrations was enough to injure him. Sharp-Wind City sank into a dead silence. The deep voice reverberated in the sky above Sharp-Wind City like rolling thunder. No one could tell if he was happy or angry, but it overpowered all the shouts and roars. Feeling the slight numbness in his body, Tang Tian used all his strength to rush forward. The blade aura pierced deeply into the city walls, and the high-frequency vibrations immediately spread out along the city walls. The sturdy city walls were like biscuits that crumbled with a bang, causing dust to rise up. The heroic spirits in the ocean of peace made him feel that time was pressing. Only the brave can win. The noisy Sharp-Wind City instantly became quiet. Tang Tian never thought of escaping. Sharp-Wind City was as bright as day. He raised his arm and slashed down. A terrifying blade aura that brought along countless of minute ripples entered the city walls. Those who imprison my subordinates will die. Sharp-Wind City was the Fu family's territory, and in the city, the Fu family was the true owner. If I kill him, the Fu family will definitely reward me handsomely. Wherever he swept past, formless ripples would spread out like water ripples. Tang Tian could feel that the space around him was being dismembered and shattered by the fine vibrating ripples. Ghost face mask. What's going on? Someone's attacking? Tang Tian raised his right arm, the formless ripples, with his arm as the center, slowly spread out. The weeping sword seal's vibrations were extremely unique, unless Tang Tian released it, otherwise, the vibrations would only be felt at the moment of contact. The pitch-black and quiet Sharp-Wind City awoke from its slumber, all of the residences quickly lit up with lights. The sharp and shrill alarms rang out incessantly, one after another figures surged out from every corner of Sharp-Wind City, all of them soaring into the sky. For some reason, Tang Tian suddenly thought of that, and the corners of his mouth behind the mask twitched. As long as there was merit, the Fu family would never be stingy. But, although he was not injured, Tang Tian still felt uncomfortable. Shu Yi was extremely shocked, he only felt that his master was as fast as lightning. The wind blowing against his face caused him to be unable to open his eyes. Chapter 768. The growing yin sword in his hand suddenly released a deep whimper. Black mist spewed out from the sword blade, but it seemed to be slashed apart by the sword. The clouds in the night sky surged under the slash, but the growing yin sword's blade did not tremble at all, even under such an astonishing might. The two of them were extremely astute, and initially planned to watch first. But upon seeing ghost face masks move, the two of them immediately knew how powerful it was, and knew that they could not watch by the side, thus the two of them took action at the same time. Tang Tian did not know what a demon was, but he had his own understanding. That's right, it is willpower, the willpower to save everyone no matter what, the willpower to win no matter what. I will let him know how powerful I am, just like Ancestor Li in the past. Wherever the black slash aura passed, it would destroy everything. The shattered auras rained down like rain, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, effortlessly carving out a path of blood. Fu Zhengji was not an inflexible person, he was very clear that in front of absolute strength, all schemes and plans were just a joke. Against such an arrogant and bloodthirsty person, why do we need to speak so much? The person who spoke was tall, his eyes were sunken in, he had an eagle nose and thin lips, he had an indescribable sinister aura. But Fu Zhengji immediately laughed. I am truly thinking too much, Ancestor Li. In the past few hundred years, there was only one Ancestor Li. All the people who hailed as Ancestor Li's inheritor None of them could reach Ancestor Li's height. No, they could not even reach half of Ancestor Li's height. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame Ghostface Mask himself. The title of Ancestor Li's inheritor had long been overused, and it was nothing much. But a powerful Ancestor Li's inheritor would definitely become a thorn in the eyes of the four main cities. If they added in the mysterious Ursa Major Null division, the four main cities would no longer be afraid. Such power and might was enough to topple the Sin domain's current structure. A few figures appeared beside Fu Zhengji at the same time, surrounding Tang Tian. All of them had unkind expressions. In front of the black/aura, the light auras that had just lit up were as weak as bubbles, and shattered. Fu Zhengji regained his composure. He soared into the sky, his gaze landing on Ghostface Mask, and said, "Such might. Not only did you disturb the rest of the seniors, you even dare to start a massacre in Sharpwind City. You truly have guts." Tang Tian did not move at all. All kinds of mockery and ridicule entered his ears, but he remained indifferent. The enemies surrounded him tightly, but he still remained indifferent. Ghostface Mask raised his right thumb and pointed at himself. Before he finished speaking, Ghostface Mask, who was surrounded, suddenly disappeared. Xiaohan Guang and Aogu Man's sneak attack had also touched Tang Tian's body, but the two of them groaned at the same time. They felt their hands go numb, and realized that there were fine ripples around the Ghostface Mask. But he never expected that Ghostface Mask would actually kill his way to his doorstep. There can only be one winner in this battle. This was what it meant to become a demon on the spot. Only with such a strong will could one become a demon. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, fighting against men, fighting against the entire world, without fear, without cowardice, and without wavering. Thinking back to the scene where the besiegers were dismembered by the fine ripples and turned into a rain of blood, the two of them shuddered. 3 list of Powerhouse's martial artists, adding close to 100 first-rate experts. With such a luxurious formation, Ghostface Mask definitely had no chance of turning the tables. Fu Zhengji's figure had just disappeared when the growing yin sword brought along a sky full of black chi that slashed down. The short sword in Fu Zhengji's right hand thrusted out towards Ghostface Mask. The short sword's green light erupted, countless of green light threads surged out frantically from the sword's blade, and coiled towards Ghostface Mask. Woo! The only thing that worried Fu Zhengji was that Ghostface Mask was avoiding him. So he wantonly created an imposing aura. On one hand, it was a sure win situation, and on the other hand, it was to force Ghostface Mask into the trap. Ghostface Mask, who was in the crowd, was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in Fu Zhengji's eyes, and it was time for him to enjoy victory. A scalp-numbing sound came out, and the black mist that converged into a slash aura flew out from the sword. Amidst the rumbling sound, the growing yin sword slashed onto the dense green light threads. Sharpwind City trembled, a slash mark that was over 70 m long appeared on the ground. It was like an ugly and terrifying wound, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Tilda, only with my heart in the sky can I soar. Tilda. Fu Zhengji was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Tilda, if such a good situation can be turned around, then I might as well find a tofu to kill myself. Tilda, regardless of whether it was the discussions or the ridicule, none of them could move him. The Ghostface Mask that was covered with blood markings was extremely sinister and terrifying. His eyes seemed to have flames burning in them, and a deep voice came out from behind the mask. Tilda gained the upper hand by a show of strength. Tilda. Aogu Man was cunning and sinister, his strength was unfathomable, he had countless enemies, but no one could do anything to him. He dominated a region, but for some reason, he had quietly arrived. His eyes blurred, and an afterimage appeared in front of him. Arrogant to the extreme, he was enraged that Ghostface Mask had directly come knocking on his door. It was completely different from what he had planned. He had laid out the foundation and created an imposing aura, and planned to use the opportunity to push the Fu family to a higher level. The light aura in Tang Tian's eyes erupted. He had borrowed the momentum and the growing yin sword in his hand. Although the sword was not as smooth as the blade, but at that moment, Tang Tian did not notice it. He had never been so focused before, his willpower was so resolute. More and more people floated up, all of them were the heroes that Fu Zhengji had invited, although they were not martial artists on the list of powerhouses, but they were all famous people with profound strength. At that moment, The slash aura that had not lost its momentum pierced into the ground. Instant demon transformation. Instant demon transformation was the first technique that Tang Tian had learnt, but he had never unleashed such might before. Young man, with just a bit of ability, who knows where his tail has gone? Facing the light threads, Tang Tian was not afraid at all. A look of indignation flashed past Fu Zhengji's face. He felt that he had firmly grasped the situation, but the other party was still so arrogant. He quickly calmed down, and said coldly, "If you surrender, I will let you live." His body suddenly became a shadow, and was pulled into the halo. He could see that the fine ripples were vibrations at an astonishing frequency. But vibrations were not high-level laws, so how could they have such power? The group of people that had pounced forward were all strong, but were destroyed in one move, which meant that Ghost Face Mask was much stronger than the rumors. That's me. The Fu family's treasure, Chief Green Swords. Not good. Fu Zhengji's eyes turned cold, and unknowingly, 2 wooden short swords appeared in his hands. The wooden swords had a bewitching dark green color, with light auras revolving around them, as though there was a regiment of mist surging inside. The crowd was enraged, everyone rubbed their palms together, wanting to teach Ghost Face Mask a lesson. Fu Zhengji dodged quickly, but the people behind him did not have the time. All of the experts revealed looks of despair, but they were all experienced fighters, and knew that it was a life-and-death situation, and all of them used all of their strength, and used all of their trump cards to protect their lives. Ghost Face Mask's speed was extremely fast. How could the 4 main cities agree to it? The other man was around 20 years old. He was extremely young, handsome and well-developed. He had a carefree bearing. He chuckled. "Are you Ghost Face Mask? Originally, you were going to walk your own path, and I was going to walk my own path, but I never thought that you would steal my master's name, to seek your own death. I have no choice." There were no problems with the arrangements, there were no problems with the plan, but all of the arrangements and plans could not avoid the core problem, and that was Ghost Face Mask's strength. Then come. Furthermore, how can I be kind? But, to have ideas on me, he. How can a person who is satisfied with the title of Ancestor Li's inheritor have high ambitions? Truly seeking death. He had absolute confidence in succeeding, because he had the support of the 4 main cities, and with the support of the Lu family, what could Ghost Face Mask do? There can only be one victor, and that is me, and only me. His eyes lit up with a strange light aura, his entire aura underwent a huge change, and became as majestic and unshakable as a mountain. Borrowing the power from the light threads, the short sword in his left hand trembled, and a green halo suddenly appeared. He did not have any plans to speak, he had directly killed his way in, and had no intention of being kind. The surrounding people were in an uproar, all of them were enraged by Ghost Face Mask's arrogance. It was dead silence. Fu Zhengji's face was a mix of green and white, he was both furious and fearful. Only by throwing away all distracting thoughts and fighting, and winning, can everyone obtain the chance to survive. Suddenly, a green halo lit up around the 2 of them, and with a flash, Fu Zhengji appeared behind them. He was in a sorry state, his clothes were in a mess, especially his right sleeve that was in tatters, revealing half of his arm. When Tang Tian saw him, his eyes congealed, although he did not recognize him, but he could sense that the aura being released from his body was not ordinary. Of course, he did not know that the man had a huge background. He was the 5th-ranked grade infamous man, Aogu man, who was infamous. Ghost Face Mask suddenly spoke, causing everyone to quiet down. Fu Zhengji's eyes revealed a look of complacency. There was no need to mention Aogu man's strength. If not for the 4 main cities pushing him from the shadows, the Fu family would not have been able to invite Aogu man. Xiaohan Guang was pleasantly surprised. He did not know where the young man came from, but his strength was tyrannical, and he was definitely able to enter the list of powerhouses. Ghost Face Mask's move had caused his heart to tense up, and it was the first time he had wavered in his plan. If you don't win, then die. Boom. Why don't you open your eyes and see what this place is? If he didn't win, he would die. Yes, that was it. The battle intent in Tang Tian's body burned uncontrollably. Not only did the surrounding crowd not make him feel any fear, but it made his fighting spirit even more ostentatious. There was no need to worry about friendly fire or where the enemy was. Even in death, he would not waver. Only then could he become a demon. Although Xiao Han Guang had a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Although he had the title of Ancestor Li's inheritor, but Ghost Face Mask was more famous than him, the majority of people only knew of Ghost Face Mask and not Xiao Han Guang, and it was his battle to prove his name. Tang Tian seemed to have understood something. Only victory could save them. Witnessing the move, Aogu Man and Xiao Han Guang's faces changed. This man is so ferocious and cruel. If we do not destroy him today, how can the Sin domain have peace? Everything he saw was an enemy. All of the crazy bewitching green light threads instantly crumbled. Fu Zhangji's face changed, the tyrannical slash caused him to feel suffocated. How can he unleash such a terrifying slash? Buzz. Chapter 769. But, spirit treasures were only suitable for military generals. To the soldiers, star treasures were more useful, and had a higher value for money ratio. Even in Heaven's Road, star treasures were unable to be produced. Heaven's Road did not lack spirits, but lacked energy, and was unable to allow spirits to grow into star treasures. Until today, he actually succeeded in restoring a small piece of the Prairie Fire Ocean. No, it was the Prairie Fire Pool. Little Fool suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "Have the living spirits been formed?" Little Fool immediately appeared in the laboratory. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately attracted to the pool in the center of the laboratory. It was a square-shaped pool with a length and width of 10 m. The deep blue water resembled a small ocean, and flames floated on the surface. Richard Jr. did not laugh. He knew how powerful the childlike spirit general in front of him was, and immediately replied, "Because the attributes of the living spirits are different, and the energy they require are different as well. The sea of energy has all sorts of energy, and is the most suitable place to nurture them." Ling Shu did not speak any nonsense. He picked up the wine bowl in front of him and downed it in one gulp. The Honorable Marshal Continent's armies were too large, and despite the layers of attacks from Bing, the front lines were in a tight spot. The three of them went through a simple training. Crane's performance was the best. He was naturally intelligent, and had dabbled in all sorts of miscellaneous knowledge, thus improving the fastest, and in a short period of time, he was able to do well. Ling Shu was not as intelligent as Crane, but he had a fierce and aggressive personality, and was able to display a decent fighting strength, and was naturally suited for long-distance harassment. Jing Hao was arranged to defend the Shang continent, while Crane and Ling Shu would lead their troops to the front lines the next day. "We need more prairie fire pools." Little Fool's tone was extremely firm. "There are no problems with the required materials and funds. What do you want?" Ling Shu did not say a word, and just drank 3 bowls. Prairie fire pool. Richard Jr. could not help but become excited again. He thought bitterly. Ling Shu and Crane said at the same time, feeling a fire burning in their chests. At the same time, they raised their heads and drank, the wine flowing down from the corner of their mouths. Even Crane, who valued etiquette the most, did not care about it. "Why do we need to nurture them in the sea of energy?" Little Fool asked, but even so, his voice was still childish. His peaceful and leisurely life was broken after he submitted a report. Master Bing specially rushed back from the front lines and came to his laboratory, which was the first time Master Bing entered his laboratory. Master Bing described an ocean to him, a mystical ocean with flames floating above it. It was called the Prairie Fire Ocean, and the most mystical thing was that this ocean could produce spirits. Master Bing described the characteristics of the Prairie Fire Ocean in detail, and Richard Jr. immediately realized that the characteristics of the Prairie Fire Ocean were extremely similar to his own research. "You're leaving tomorrow." Jing Hao sighed. He raised the wine bowl in his hand and downed it in one gulp, and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect the Shang continent. No return without victory." The waiter pointed at the pond and asked, "What's it called?" Above the mountain peak, the moonlight was like water. The sacred Saint Galaxy possessed an endless sea of energy, but was unable to produce a soul. The war outside did not affect his life at all. He was immersed in his own research. His life was extremely simple, researching and submitting a research report every once in a while. "Richard Jr." Jing Hao's dim eyes lit up. He spoke solemnly. Crane is right, I was impulsive, I will punish myself with 3 bowls. If you want to take the Shang continent, you will have to step over my dead body. Humph, who knows where Crazy Tang ran off to? Ling Shu suddenly spoke out, his killing intent soaring. If I catch him, humph humph, I will stab him to death with my spear. Little Fool looked at the spirit treasure in his hand, and revealed a satisfied look. In such a large-scale war, a single person's strength could only be displayed to a pitiful extent, so he might as well take up the heavy responsibility of the equipment. Ling Shu wiped the traces of alcohol at the corner of his mouth, and said without a care, "Don't worry, I will learn after fighting a few more battles." Looking at the brightly lit Sword Forest stronghold, the 3 of them sat side by side. Richard Jr., who was almost forgotten by everyone, had never given up on his hard work. He did not have any complaints, that's right, what was there to complain about? With so many spirit objects for him to research, he did not need to worry about funds, and he did not need to look at anyone's face. That was the life that he had been dreaming of. Crane shook his head. Brother Jing's task is not only not lighter than ours, but even heavier. The Shang continent is our foundation, it is the path to heaven's road, the source of equipment and weapons. If we lose it, the front lines will have no meaning at all. The brightly lit Sword Forest stronghold was extremely busy. Little Fool suddenly sensed something, the light in his eyes expanded, that was. Little Fool suddenly had a strong confidence towards the war, with the power to change the world in their hands. What else was there to fear? After all, they had spent so much money, they had to let them know of the progress of their research, although he felt that there was no need. Crane nodded his head. There are many famous generals in history who became famous halfway, and our individual strengths are stronger. Even if the situation is dangerous, escaping will not be a problem. Brother Jing, you do not need to worry. His laughter resonated out. He knew of the existence of the Prairie Fire Ocean, but it was naturally formed, and even Bing did not know how the Prairie Fire Ocean was formed. The Prairie Fire Pool would change everything. Jing Hao downed 3 bowls in a row. The one with the worst results was Jing Hao. He had focused on the sword since young, and never had any distractions in his mind. His temperament was just and gentle, his individual strength was the strongest, but he did not have any talent in the study of formations. It was hard to say how useful such a simple training of a military general would be, but the situation was critical, and they could not care so much. The front lines were in imminent danger, and every bit of strength was precious. The 3 of them did not have any complaints. They knew the disparity in strength between the 2 sides, and how much pressure Bing was under. Something must have happened. Jing Hao frowned, but then relaxed. But Bing said that he is not dead, and should be here soon. It's good that he is here, he definitely has a way. Hearing that, Ling Shu was enraged. He stared at Crane. You want to fight? When Little Fool left the laboratory, he immediately classified it as a restricted area, and arranged for the strictest security. And with the fastest speed, he passed the news to Bing. He could imagine, when Bing received the news, he would be wild with joy. Success! Success! We did it! Master Bing left in a hurry. The front lines were in a stalemate, while Little Richard was immersed in the mystical Prairie Fire Ocean. Little Fool said, "The more the better." Crane raised the wine bowl with both hands, and greeted Jing Hao. He slowly drank it, then placed it down, his handsome face revealing a tinge of red. His eyes were as bright as the stars, and said seriously, "With Brother Jing guarding the rear, we will not have any worries. All of you must take note of your safety. If things are not going well, your lives are the most important." Jing Hao had a look of worry. All of you are not military generals, and after such simple training, you are going to the battlefield. After interacting for a long time, they knew Jing Hao's character very well. Jing Hao laughed out loud. He poured another cup for himself, raised it up, and drank it in one gulp. How many prairie fire pools do we need? Little Richard did not let the happiness get to his head, and asked cautiously. In the next moment, he appeared outside of a laboratory, and even through the wall, he could hear the cheers coming from inside. Jing Hao's tone was filled with loneliness and guilt, which the 2 of them could hear. His figure suddenly disappeared. Previously, Tang Tian had brought many star treasures, but following the expansion of the army, there were not enough star treasures to use. Thus, Little Fool combined a few spirit treasure refining techniques, and refined a large number of black gold weapons. It was under Little Fool's unremitting efforts that the Shang continent's black gold weapons might had increased by many times. With the increase in the standard of the equipment, the Southern Alliance strength had increased greatly. Jing Hao was extremely confident in Tang Tian, and firmly believed that as long as Tang Tian appeared, he would definitely have a way to get through this difficult situation. I was thinking too much. This is the last bowl for tonight. Jing Hao looked at the dazzling lights below, thinking about the journey. He felt extremely excited. He poured the wine for everyone, and took the lead to raise the wine bowl, and shouted, "Let's drink. We will not return without victory." Crane laughed. He could not help but think about the past, and pretended to be serious. On this point, I will support Brother Jing. Although Crazy Tang is unreliable most of the time, but he is able to accomplish seemingly impossible miracles. Don't you feel that the situation in front of us is prepared for him? A spirit treasure could increase a military general's strength greatly, and this point had long been proven by Shisen and Xie Yuan. Since they could not compare in quantity, then they could make up for it in quality. If it is short, it will take a few days. If it is long, it might take a few hundred years. Little Richard laughed bitterly. They are like life forms, we cannot control their growth. The birth of the prairie fire pool would deeply affect the development of the war. In the report, he had found the energy density required to produce spirits. Little Fool frowned. Nurturing them in the sea of energy would not only increase the difficulty of guarding, it would also increase the risk of being exposed. But he knew that Little Richard's words were the truth, and asked, "How long will the nurturing process take?" Tilda Humph, if that fool cannot personally witness this scene that will be recorded in history, he will definitely regret it to the point that his intestines will turn green. Tilda Ling Shu was not good with words. He only raised the wine bowl in front of him and raised it towards Jing Hao, and without saying a word, he drank it all. The wine flowed down his throat like fire. After putting down the wine bowl, the three of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. Little Richard looked at Little Fool, and was extremely excited. "Master, we succeeded. We succeeded." Crane saw that he had successfully teased Ling Shu, and smiled with Jing Hao, and drank it all. Bing did not explain in detail what effect the prairie fire pool had on the development of the Southern Cross Army. But Little Fool knew that the prairie fire pool that could produce spirits made it possible for them to produce star treasures, and that was an invention that could change the world. Yes. Little Richard recovered from his excitement, and immediately said, "The first batch of living spirits had 12 of them. Now they have been sent to the Sea of Energy to be nurtured. They are still weak, and require the Sea of Energy to absorb enough energy." Ling Shu snorted in disdain. "You guys actually placed your hopes on this idiot, naive." Little Richard's voice was filled with joy and sobs. "I truly envy you guys, to be able to go to the front lines to fight." Jing Hao revealed a look of self-ridicule. "But a pity I am not smart enough, and am unable to learn how to lead and fight." Chapter 770. A standard army consisted of 5,000 men, which also meant that adding all the enemies involved in the attack, they numbered 13,000 men. Furthermore, the direct subordinated armies under him were true elite armies, and were only inferior to the direct subordinated armies of the 5 generals. Just by relying on these 3,000 men, he had the confidence to destroy 2 of the standard armies. But what he did not expect was that not only were Cliff's Third Army unable to take down the position, they had instead lost half of their forces. This made Cliff furious. He had 5 of Cliff's standard armies under him, and he scolded the commander of the Third Army, and immediately ordered Cliff's Second Army to attack. The various armies of the Southern Alliance who had never experienced a large army before were unable to adapt. The defensive line that they had set up quickly became riddled with holes. Xie Yuan's swift army also felt the immense pressure. Xie Yuan was also prepared to retreat, because Bing's mission for them was to set up layers of defense, and there were still a few defensive lines behind them. Cliff did not look down on the enemy. In the short span of 3 days, he had invested in 2 of Cliff's standard armies, and on the last day, he had even mobilized his direct subordinated army that numbered over 3,000 men. My soldiers have already lost the confidence to win. Cliff quickly made the judgment in his mind. To the guest army, it was a dangerous signal. Until now, when they saw the enemies leaving like a tide and disappearing, the extremely taut nerves immediately relaxed. Although the southern region's trade was developed, But the Southern Alliance did not have an absolute advantage, and was not even the strongest powerhouse, and compared to the honorable Marshall continent, they were not even on the same level. Such an opponent is worthy of respect. He did not know that at the moment, countless people in the southern region were discussing about him and his army. They had to take the opportunity when the enemies were resting and reorganizing to leave. If they did not leave now, they would not have another chance. The next wave of enemies would only be more intense, and if they stayed, they would only die. 5,000 men. I actually completed my mission. How many people do they have? Cliff, who was expressionless, swept his gaze across everyone. He could see the slight relief in their shocked gazes. Cliff was the #1 general under Go Cheng Wendao, and was famed for his bravery. He had a tall and sturdy figure, his hair was white, his eyes were grey like a corpse, his expression was forever cold and stern. He was an iron-faced man, and the army he was in had the strictest military discipline. None of the surrounding soldiers had the strength to stand. Everyone was lying in the mud like a pile of mud. Standing alone at the front of the formation, the white-haired Cliff suddenly saluted the swift army. Xie Yuan looked at the enemies retreating like the tide in front of the formation, and the breath that he had been holding back suddenly relaxed. Fatigue surged up like the tide, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. His body swayed, and finally, he could not hold on any longer and fell on his butt in the mud. He couldn't believe it. He wanted to laugh out loud, but his throat felt like it was on fire and smoke, and he could only make soundless chuckles. It was said that he used to be ranked outside the top 100 in the southern region. How could such a guy stop him? Greedily breathing in the fresh air that still had some smoke, Xie Yuan felt that he didn't even have the strength to move a finger and fell asleep. Every soldier was equipped with a spirit object, and the strange long whip in Xie Yuan's hand was even more powerful than a spirit object. Compared to this army, his direct subordinate army was as simple and crude as a farmer. Retreat and rest for 3 days. Just by relying on their defensive line and equipment, they are able to withstand such a ferocious attack. Klee's men had attacked countless of cities and strongholds, and had many military achievements, but no one had ever done such a thing in front of him. Disregarding the spoils of war, Xie Yuan immediately ordered the army to take advantage of the rainy night to quickly retreat. It was truly a pile of mud. At the end, all of their weapons were either destroyed or destroyed. There was not a single piece of the formation that was intact. The enemy's attacks were extremely ferocious, and the entire formation had been plowed countless of times. The smoke gradually dispersed, and the blue sky appeared in Xie Yuan's vision, causing him to feel as though he was in a different world. The downpour had awoken all of the fallen soldiers from their slumber, and the entire formation had become a pile of mud. Everyone's eyes that had lost their focus regained a trace of life. He could vaguely see the aura of the legendary armies. There was no joy in victory. The entire swift army only had 3,000-odd men left, all of them were injured, and the rest were in the formation, never to wake up again. Everyone quietly moved the corpses of their comrades and buried them, removing the spirit objects to prevent them from falling into the enemy's hands. The defensive line that the Southern Alliance had set up was rather standard. It was like a sturdy net, but in the face of the oppressive power, it quickly crumbled. The collapse of the defensive line was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens to the famed generals. As long as they grabbed hold of it, it would be a crushing defeat. A crushing defeat was something that no famed general was willing to see. The morale of the soldiers would drop to the lowest point. They were sensitive and weak, like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. As long as the wind blew the grass, they would panic and fall into a hysterical state. Xie Yuan, an unknown man, was actually able to block his attack. Their momentum was broken. Cliff's second army returned in defeat. Just as the armies at the front were preparing to expand their gains, an army was like a nail that was firmly nailed to the crucial point of the defensive line. If they did not pull out the nail, the pursuing army could be threatened at any time. Other than their comrades, there were even more enemy corpses. The number was so many that no one had the time to count. Over 20% of the 3,000 elites were injured, and what made Cliff feel the most helpless was that 3 days had already passed. Even if they were to pull out the swift army, they would not have a chance. Cliff's face was ashen, but the enemy's defensive line was as stable as a boulder. Seeing that every attack would leave behind a pile of corpses, Even though he was known for his iron blood, he still felt pain in his heart. Xie Yuan, an unfamiliar name. It was a common occurrence for the defeated armies at the front to break through their own defensive line. The bewildered subordinates slowly retreated, but Cliff did not leave. His grey eyes stared at the battlefield in front of him from afar. He was awoken by the rain. Where did so many spirit objects come from? Cliff noticed the nail at the first moment, and immediately ordered Cliff's third army, which was the closest to them, to destroy the army. For a pursuit like this, every second was precious. Opportunities were fleeting. As long as the enemy was given the time to breathe and reorganize, the enemy would once again stabilize the situation. And tenacity, there were a few times when the enemy's defensive line was about to be broken, but they were forcefully stabilized by the enemy. But the enemy did not budge. They are too strong. He did not know how they lasted through the day. He gave his all and gambled everything. The rhythm of the battle was insane. The mission was completed, but he was unable to retreat. The enemy was advancing wave after wave, like a tide. They did not give him the chance to retreat. They did not even have time to care about the spoils of war. Xie Yuan had some lingering fear in his heart. Luckily the rain came at the right time. If not, if the enemy were to sneak up, none of them would be able to escape. On the third day, the enemy became even stronger, and their casualties increased. Xie Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, and at that moment, he did not have any thoughts of retreating, only killing and killing. You treat me like a statesman, I will repay you with my statesman. Cliff's order caused an uproar. Many of the soldiers revealed looks of disbelief. They stared blankly at the iron blood and merciless Master Cliff. They were unable to imagine that such an order would actually come out from Master Cliff's mouth. I look forward to our next battle. After the second day ended, the swift army was completely numb. Finally. Xie Yuan became famous after one battle. Of course he knew how dangerous the order was, and the disparity in strength between the two parties, but he did not hesitate. It is not suitable to attack. Cliff finally could not hold it in anymore. He led his direct subordinated army of 3,000 men and personally attacked. When he obtained the new moon phase Swallow General Whip, he secretly swore in his heart, which he had never forgotten. When Xie Yuan noticed that the entire defensive line had signs of collapsing, he made an unexpected decision. He did not give the order to retreat, but decided to retreat later, and delay the enemy's advance. And morale. Everyone crawled up and quietly packed up their positions. Clenching his teeth, he chose to continue holding on. But an hour later, he received an order to retreat. The order was simple, for him to hold on for another day. Xie Yuan did not know who was fighting with him. There were too many of them, and their attacks were too ferocious. While retreating, Xie Yuan was surprised to realize that the battle had caused the swift army to be reborn. Not only did many of the soldiers break through in strength, but after experiencing the cruel battle, the entire army's temperament had become even more stable and experienced. He quickly threw the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. He naturally did not need to worry about the matters of the higher-ups. I am just a military general, and obtaining victory on the battlefield is my only duty and mission. Under the shocked gazes of his subordinates, Cliff turned, and without looking back, he left with large strides. He had never looked down on any of his enemies, and furthermore, it was an enemy that caused him to suffer such a huge loss. He was extremely clear that the person in front of him was a true elite army. Cliff thought about the rumors that he had heard in the continent, and his heart moved. Could it be? Cliff looked at the gloomy expressions on the faces of the soldiers around him, and knew that their morale had fallen to rock bottom. Xie Yuan knew that they were stuck, and if they were to retreat now, they would definitely be wiped out. Ignoring the extravagant spirit objects, the strange tactics, the meticulously arranged defensive line, the swift army still had many things that attracted him. For example, their synchronization rate, the extremely terrifying synchronization rate that was definitely above 95%. Just this point alone was enough to make 99% of the armies in the sacred Saint Galaxy blush with shame. The scene of the previous battle surfaced in his mind. The Swift Army's fighting style was extremely unique, but what truly left Cliff with the deepest impression was the army's extravagant equipment. Chapter 771. Without hesitation, the undying sword shattered the sword aura, and like a cannonball, it fiercely struck onto Aogu Man's bronze ring. The dragon serpent inside the bronze ring's light aura did not even have the time to whimper before the light aura crumbled, and countless of cracks appeared on the bronze ring. Aogu Man looked as though he was struck by lightning, blood spurted out from the sky, and like a kite with its string cut, he fell to the ground. Xie Ran was from a middle-grade family in Sharpwind City, and had a close relationship with the Fu family, so even without Fu Zhengji's words, he came forward to help. Seeing Fu Zhengji spitting out blood, his heart was overwhelmed with shock. A small bronze sword that was covered with cracks appeared in front of Ghostface Mask's weeping sword seal. How can I rest in peace? How can I rest in peace? In the dead silence of Sharpwind City. Everyone only felt their vision blur, and the 10 of them lost all signs of life. They lost control of their bodies and fell down like dumplings. Before Xiaohan Guang could even frown, his pupils constricted again. His exposed eyes were like red-hot iron, indifferently and mercilessly emitting a blazing heat. How is that possible? If there was a change in the top 10 of the list of powerhouses, it would definitely shake the entire Xin domain. What followed was the rise of many families, and the fall of many families. Fu Zhengji's reaction was very fast. He knew that everyone was stunned by Ghostface Mask slash, and knew that something was amiss. Tang Tian immediately sensed that Xiaohan Guang's hand seal looked similar to the one he had gained enlightenment on, but in terms of charm, there was a huge difference. Who else? Come. The light auras that had their laws shattered were resplendent like fireworks, dazzling and gorgeous in the dark night. The top 10 of the list of powerhouses were godlike figures in the Xin domain. Every single one of them was a legend, and their experiences and stories only existed in legends. The list of powerhouses would change every few years, but the top 10 of the list of powerhouses had never wavered in the past 10 years. Kai, his palm was in pain, a blue light blossomed from his palm, that is. His pupils dilated. But, so ugly. Kai. Xiaolan effortlessly pierced through the heads of the 10 of them, and in the blink of an eye, all of their foreheads had a bloody hole. Everyone only saw the blue light that was as fast as lightning. The laws that they had unleashed were like paper in front of this unremarkable blue light. Out of the 3 of them, Xiaohan Guang's expression was the strangest. He was shocked, surprised, and had a look of incomprehension. He stared at the Ghostface Mask for half a day. The mask was covered with blood veins that resembled a red spiderweb. It had a bewitching luster. In the dark night, it was extremely eye-catching. How powerful was the Fu family's patriarch? Yet, he wasn't the opponent's match. Let me show you my weeping sword seal. Before his expression could change, a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. How many of his consumptive consummate techniques could Ghostface Mask unleash? Undying. Xiao Lan, who was covered in blood, became even more excited. Aogu Man and Xiaohan Guang had no other choice. Fu Zhengji being ambushed and injured already caused their hearts to turn cold. If he allowed Ghostface Mask to kill Fu Zhengji, then there was no need to fight, and he could just escape. The power of that slash just now was so terrifying that everyone's hearts trembled. But if it was an ultimate move, then it would make sense. How could this be? Have a taste of my weeping sword seal. A dazzling sword aura flew out from his hand seals that were as fluid as flowing water. It was like a whimper, like a lady's sad song in the middle of the night. It entered everyone's hearts. Figures continued to fall, and the sky looked like dumplings. Tang Tian did not care about it, as Aogu Man and Xiaohan Guang joined hands to stop him. Is he truly Ancestor Li's inheritor? If an ordinary slash was able to cause 3 list of powerhouses martial artists to be in such a sorry state, then Ghostface Mask's strength was too terrifying. To everyone's understanding, only those in the top 10 of the list of powerhouses could reach such a level. In his eyes of disbelief, the undying sword transformed into a shadow and clashed with his sword aura. Fu Zhengji only felt a cold intent behind him. His face changed. Not good. Everyone revealed looks of understanding. The fear in many of their eyes dissipated, and they once again became eager. They once again saw the hope of victory. Almost everyone had one or two trump cards, and these trump cards were either used to escape or to kill. But regardless of which technique it was, they all consumed a lot of energy. It was normal to exhaust half of one's strength, but exhausting all of it was not rare. Clang! He had trained in the Demon Six Seals for many years, and with one look, he could tell that Ghostface Mask's right hand was actually forming the Weeping Sword Seal. Although Ghostface Mask's Weeping Sword Seal was the ugliest Weeping Sword Seal he had ever seen, and he looked at it with an indescribable discomfort, but he was 100% sure that it was the Weeping Sword Seal. It must definitely be his ultimate technique. Like an extremely fast sword slicing through the surface of water, behind Fu Zhengji, countless of fine ripples suddenly spread out, and a ghostly figure could be faintly discernible inside the ripples. He suddenly sneered, "You do have some skills, but how many more of these ultimate techniques can you unleash?" Aogu Man's expression became serious, his eyes revealed hesitation and hesitation. He had seen all sorts of experts, but the man in front of him gave him the scent of danger. A thought of retreating surfaced in his mind. He had accepted the invitation to return a favor, but if he were to lose his life, it would not be worth it. In front of him, a small blue flower floated quietly in a place where he could touch it. Tang Tian's chest was surging with emotions. He hissed out, and resonated with the low whimpering sword hiss. Weeping Sword Seal. Xiao Han Guang's seal formation attracted Tang Tian's interest. The Demon Six Seals was something that he had comprehended from the heavy demonic execution. Xiao Han Guang's seals were elegant and agile, causing people to be dazzled, and compared to his own seals, it was much more beautiful and handsome. Without knowing the life and death of our army, how can we rest in peace? In the stifling silence, under the fearful gazes of the entire sharp-wind city, he slowly swept his gaze around. Xiao Han Guang's white and slender fingers released a jade-like luster, attracting everyone's gaze in the darkness. His 10 fingers moved like floating clouds and flowing water. His hand seals were constantly changing. It must be his ultimate technique. The roars of countless heroic spirits sounded out in his ears, and an unforgettable scene surfaced in Tang Tian's mind, the faces that were filled with cracks, the pairs of steel-like eyes, the figures that risked their lives to soar into the sky. Compared to the three of them, the other people's faces were completely filled with fear. Ghostface Mask's terrifying slash had not only left a deep scar on the ground, it had also taken away a few lives. He reacted quickly. The wooden sword in his left hand was placed behind him in a panic. This guy. The low whimpering sound that caused people's scalps to tremble instantly suppressed all other sounds, and the entire sky above Sharp-Wind City became silent. Layers of extremely fine ripples spread out from the small bronze sword's body. In a short period of time, the initially crowded crowd was reduced by half, and it was sparse. That was why, unless it was a life-and-death situation, ordinary martial artists would definitely not use their ultimate technique. A powerful slash fiercely slashed onto the wooden sword. Fu Zhengji only felt his palm heating up. He was almost unable to hold onto the wooden sword, but he knew that it was a life-and-death situation, and forcefully held onto the sword hilt. He felt a sweetness in his throat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. As though he was struck by a heavy hammer, he flew out. Xiao Han Guang's hand seals became even more agile and graceful, but Tang Tian shook his head inwardly. The Weeping Sword Seal looked good, but in his eyes, it was just for show. The sword aura shattered into fine auras. All of the peak martial artists were the true rulers of the Sin domain, and the true big shots of the Sin domain. They maintained a tacit understanding between each other, and even the subordinate families beneath them maintained a tacit understanding and restraint. Almost everyone believed in Fu Zhengji's guess, including Aogu Man and Xiao Han Guang. They were all martial artists on the list of powerhouses, and understood the concept of being in the top 10, and understood how deep and unfathomable the terrifying strength of the big shots were. He didn't notice when this little blue flower had appeared. What is that? Is that the treasure of some unlucky person who died? A look of greed flashed past his eyes, and he extended his hand out to grab the blue flower. His mind that was initially muddled by his hot blood instantly became clear. All the so-called contributions, all the so-called fawning, in front of killing, were not worth mentioning. The backlash of failing to form the seals had actually caused him to lose control. A beautiful blue flower that was stained with blood flew out from the back of his head. Backlash. Fu Zhangji looked at the figure in the sky that resembled a demon god, his heart overwhelmed with shock. What was that? The terrifying slash marks on the ground behind him, in the darkness, looked like cracks that led to another world, containing endless dangers. The temperature of the night seemed to have suddenly become much colder, and his heart also became cold. Xiao Han Guang's face turned white, his hands that were forming seals became numb, a terrifying vibration extended out from his palms, causing the blood in his body to churn. Although Ghost Face Mask was strong, and had a few spectacular battles, he might be able to squeeze into the list of powerhouses, but that was all. It was different from Xiao Han Guang's Weeping Sword seal. The Undying Sword's whimper was like the war song of an army in the smoke. It was gloomy and austere, its voice resonated out in all directions. Suddenly, Xie Fei Ran regained his senses. He was startled. What is that? Southern Cross Army, advance. Tang Tian could tell with one look that the opponent was using the Weeping Sword seal. A bronze ring had appeared in Aogu Man's hands. The bronze ring blossomed with light aura. Inside the yellow light aura, a flood serpent image swam around. Tang Tian waved his hand, causing Xiao Lan and the Undying Sword to return to his side. Top 10 on the list of powerhouses? Xiao Han Guang's eyes constricted. That is. Weeping Sword seal. That is. Woo woo woo. As though it could sense Tang Tian's state of mind, the sky full of howls caused the Undying Sword to vibrate even more intensely. The ripples around the sword body became even more concentrated. The low whimpers caused the entire sharp-winged city to tremble. Ghost Face Mask's bewitching blood eyes finally revealed a slight change. The light aura erupted. It was unknown if it was absorbing life, but Xiao Lan became even more alluring. His right palm suddenly formed the Weeping Sword seal, which was different from Xiao Han Guang's nimble and ever-changing hand seals. Tang Tian's seal was as stable as a boulder. He did not move an inch, and the Undying Sword that was revolving around the demon palm in his body suddenly disappeared. The might of the bronze sword caused Xiao Han Guang's face to change. Just as everyone's fighting spirit was reignited, no one noticed that the position where Ghost Face Mask was previously at was empty. Xiao Han Guang looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. His long and slender fingers were trembling non-stop, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. An ultimate technique is the most logical explanation. Haha. This joke is not funny at all. Chapter 772. The figure that was frantically escaping froze. He opened his mouth, but before he could even scream out, he lost control of his body and was flung out for a distance of 70 m. Everyone then saw that the figure on the ground was Aogu Man, but he no longer had any signs of life. His life was extinguished. That's right, Ghost Face Mask had disguised himself as the sweetest prey, attracting countless of hunters, and at the last moment, the prey revealed his fangs. What a dense death aura. He was thrown to the side by Tang Tian, and had personally witnessed the entire process of the battle. But at that moment, his mind was in chaos, filled with thoughts of Tang Tian's slash, the resolute slash, the slash that he had staked everything on. He was extremely moved. In his mind, Master Ghost Face Mask was already an extremely powerful person, and such a person should cherish his life, and not take such a risk. Everyone's heart turned cold, no one dared to move. The blue light was like a mirage. The blue flower had unknowingly floated back to Tang Tian's side, as though it had become even more beautiful. But the scene in front of him made Tang Tian look at the Sin Domain's treasures for the first time. He suspected that He Xin's final technique was inseparable from the Death Thumb Ring. The ultimate treasure of death laws. Sharp-Wind City is willing to surrender. Fu Zhangji's mind involuntarily had that thought, but very quickly, he threw it to the back of his mind. Anyways, it's not me. What he needed to think about the most was how to protect himself. Aogu Man was killed while escaping. Other than proving how terrifying Ghost Face Mask was, it also told Fu Zhangji that escaping was definitely not a good choice. As long as he could find this strand of life, Shu Yi, who trained in life and death laws, could use the dense death aura to nourish the strand of life, allowing it to grow stronger. In front of Ghost Face Mask, he was like an ant. If he had known that Ghost Face Mask was so powerful, Fu Zhangji would definitely not dare to have any thoughts. Tilda, but why is Ghostface Mask's strength so different from the reports? Tilda Shu Yi's pale white face was filled with shock. Wave after wave of death aura converged into a black wave, and like a wave, it continuously swept across the sky above Sharpwind City. Ghostface Mask was like a reef in the sky. He did not move an inch, allowing the black wave to strike him, as though he did not feel anything. The pure death chi carried the aura of death. Apart from those who cultivated the law of death, normal humans would instinctively reject this kind of aura. Boundless fear occupied Fu Zhengji's heart. He felt that he was extremely foolish and overestimating himself to actually challenge such a terrifying man. Who could go against him? His face grew paler, but his eyes shone brighter and brighter. In the sky, Tang Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Like Fu Zhengji, Xiao Hanguang's face changed. He also thought about the death thumb ring. If it was someone else, they would have long since been turned into a corpse and devoured by the black flames. Fu Zhengji suddenly understood. Shu Yi, you must survive. Hong, a surging pillar of black flames soared into the sky, straight into the horizon. It was as if the door to hell had been opened in that position, and the surging death aura crazily poured out. The aura of death became denser and denser, and it rose rapidly. Compared to this old fellow, he was still too inexperienced. Xiao Han Guang sighed in his heart. He had no other way out, and could only kneel down. Xiao Han Guang is willing to surrender. The change between life and death was profound and unfathomable. Other than Shu Yi himself, no one else could save him. Fu Zhengji had thought of countless of endings, but none of them were like the one in front of him. He had thought of countless of methods, but none of them could be used at the moment. Life and death were like shadows, like the two sides of a coin, always following each other, and unable to exist alone. A blue light flashed in the sky. Tang Tian forcefully stopped himself from rushing forward to save Shu Yi. He didn't even look at the captives who were prostrating themselves on the ground. Instead, he stared at the terrifying pillar of black flames. Lu Tianwen had died by Ghostface Mask's hands, and there was no longer any leeway for reconciliation. There were many things that were wrong from the start, and there would be no room for adjustment, and it was either you die or I die. Even a powerful martial artist like Aogu Man was unable to withstand a single blow from Ghostface Mask, and no one dared to resist. Fu Zhengji stared blankly at Ghostface Mask in the sky, his heart filled with despair. Countless of thoughts flashed past his mind. Fu Zhengji's back was drenched in perspiration. He knew that his life and the Fu family's fate all depended on that one thought. But Master Ghostface Mask had toppled his judgment. He did not understand why Master was able to unleash such a decisive slash. He felt an indescribable shame, but at the same time, he gained some understanding. Tang Tian forcefully suppressed the impulse in his heart, and bit his lips tightly. The circular shockwave that was filled with dense death aura swept across the entire Sharpwind City. The initially deathly silent Sharpwind City had become so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone was dumbstruck. Their mouths were wide open as they watched the scene that resembled the end of the world. In the next moment, Fu Zhengji made a decision, and in the silence, he kneeled down. Tilda, it is a hunt. Tilda, that is. Tilda. Tang Tian watched the black pillar of flames that shot into the sky. The surging death aura was so dense that it seemed to have materialized. His heart trembled. The terrifying scene in front of him reminded him of Hishin, and the terrifying scene that led to hell. Tilda, the death thumb ring? Tilda. Tang Tian became anxious. Tilda, could it be that I gave the death thumb ring to Shu Yi, and Shu Yi was unable to suppress it, and was devoured by it? Tilda. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the ground. Like a wisp of smoke, he frantically flew out of the city. There was a dense death aura that was growing at an astonishing speed. The death thumb ring in his hand, the death aura was quietly spreading, and Shu Yi's body was visibly deteriorating, like a withering tree. The Lu family was in an unprecedented danger, and at such a time, any hesitation could possibly drag them into the abyss. Ghostface Mask had deceived the entire Sin domain. His disguise was extremely successful, and when the hunters rushed over, they would become the prey, like himself. He was not Ghostface Mask's opponent. Tilda, how is that possible? Tilda. Shu Yi trained in life and death laws, and if he was able to find a way to live in the endless death aura, he would have the chance to survive. In theory, the densest death aura would definitely contain the purest life force. It was as though under the most intense light, the deepest shadow would be cast. In the other direction of Sharpwind City, in the crowd, stood an unremarkable old man, his face ashen, his eyes revealing a trace of fear. None of the people around him would have guessed that the person beside them was the famous Lu Shengxiong, the true ruler of Galloping Horse City. Not only would he be unable to help Xu Yi, but he would also harm him. Xu Yi was previously heavily injured, and the life force in his body had been corroded. It was like a line of defense that was riddled with holes, and was unable to block the dense death aura. The two strongest people kneeled down, and the rest of the people no longer had any other thoughts. They all kneeled down and shouted, "We surrender." How can Ghost Face Mask be so powerful? Ghost Face Mask, who was in the sky, had an arrogant figure, as though a king had descended. He was slightly regretful. He never thought that the Death Thumb Ring would be so powerful. Previously, he did not have much feeling towards the Sin Domain's treasures. To him, who was used to seeing star treasures and spirit treasures, other than the materials themselves, the Sin Domain's treasures did not have anything worthy of praise. Death was a law that caused people to fear. With such a dense death aura, without any defense, life force would be continuously destroyed. Death Thumb Ring. Tang Tian was about to rush over to take a look, but suddenly, he stopped, his eyes constricted, his face was filled with shock. He finally understood how laughable he was. All of his plans and plots were all laughable. Xiao Han Guang stared blankly at Fu Zhengji, who was kneeling on the ground, and scolded in his heart, "What a shameless old thing." Fu Zhengji's reaction was so fast that it caught him unprepared, but he had to respect Fu Zhengji's adaptability. Upon seeing that things were not going well, he was able to quickly make a decision, and still be so shameless. That was definitely a standard. But Tang Tian knew that Xu Yi still had a sliver of life, a sliver that was close to zero. Because Xu Yi trained in life and death laws, that was why he had that sliver of life. The blood in their faces slowly receded, despair and fear surfaced in their eyes. Is Sharpwind City truly going to perish? Tang Tian's gaze swept across the entire place. His gaze was filled with a terrifying pressure, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Like a blue arrow, it instantly pierced through the figure. What a profound scheme. That position. Tang Tian quickly reacted. It's Xu Yi. Only Xiao Han Guang raised his head, his eyes flashed with a strange light. He could sense that the ghost face mask in the sky was enveloped by a tranquil and distant aura, and when the dense death aura clashed with it, it did not shake the aura at all. Disguise. That's right, it's a disguise. This top-notch martial artist had disguised himself as a weakling. And then he intentionally created a huge commotion, giving people the false impression that he was a weakling. In the Sin Domain, people with strong reputations but weak strength were the sweetest prey. The people below became even more respectful. Suddenly, he exclaimed softly, he turned his head and looked out of the city. What do I do? The strength of the top 10 rankers on the list of powerhouses was enough to cause people to tremble. Adding his profound schemes, it was a terrifying thing. In front of the vast and boundless laws that existed since ancient times, humans were as insignificant as dust. If they did not have the courage, the willpower, and were afraid of the slightest thing, how would they be able to pry into the profound mysteries? But for some reason, he did not feel much joy in his heart. He looked into the distance, into the endless distance. He secretly clenched his fists. The battle has just begun. Even if they trained in death laws, they were unable to completely remove the life force. They could only use special methods to suppress the life force, allowing the death aura to be even more prominent. Xu Yi's body was completely occupied by the death aura. Fu Zhengji, who was kneeling on the ground, was overwhelmed with shock. The dense and surging death aura made him think of a treasure. Like a statue, he stood there in a daze. Demon 6 Seals. Ghost Face Mask cultivates the true Demon 6 Seals. He looked at the Ghost Face Mask, who resembled a war god in the sky, and without saying a word, he disappeared into the crowd. Damn it. Chapter 773. Her current army was no longer limited to the Steel Mountain King Court and the North Snow King Court. Of course, there were no more 2 King Courts, only the Perseus King Court. They were called the Steel Mountain Division and the North Snow Division. The northern heroes were the two largest divisions of the Perseus king court, and were extremely loyal. All of these were things that had never appeared in the savage continent before. Changing traditions was never smooth sailing, and would often meet with opposition. She was not discouraged at all, she won every battle, causing her prestige to soar to an unprecedented height, causing the resistance she faced to become much smaller. Currently, the calls to unify the savage continent was becoming louder and louder among the generals. It was a goal that no one had ever achieved before. Just this point alone was enough to make their blood boil, and cause them to go crazy. That was the ambition hidden deep in the hearts of every generation's strong martial artists, and was the hope that every generation's citizens did not dare to hope for. Over there, sat the honorable martial continent's #1 great general, Muji Xia. Qi Shangguan knew of the cheers from below, and knew the thoughts of the generals and soldiers. She did not resist, but accepted it naturally, as it was her mission. Although in the depths of her heart, she was just a passerby, an outsider, and becoming their king was a coincidence. To her, it was a battle, but the difficulty of the battle far exceeded any of the battles that she had experienced before. Xiong Bei did not know how he left, he only remembered the king's words of "It's been hard on you," which made him feel as though he was bathing in the spring wind, and was floating as he walked. The complicated and layered defensive lines were obviously built for this purpose. The honorable martial continent's invasion of the southern region was no longer news, but the intensity of the battle was still eye-catching. She was clear-headed, she was not blinded by power. If we said that it was a coincidence that she subdued the northern heroes at the start, then the continuous expansion of her power was not because she was good at fighting, but because she matched the demands of the majority of the savage continent's martial artists. But, she was also clear that the possibility of relying on the defensive lines to defend the Xiong continent was not high. The honorable martial continent's fighting spirit was extremely firm, and the losses were not enough to make them retreat. The chair that was won with the King Pagoda was filled with soft velvet, the gigantic chair's back was like a wall, embedded with countless of dazzling gems, every gem represented a star, and together, they formed the savage continent's starry sky. Qian Hui took a deep breath. It was time to start her busy work again. She needed to patiently change it, to dilute the tribe's brand, to select elites to build an army, to set up a system, to select capable officials, to deduce new tactics, etc. The army in front of them was like a tidal wave, with no end in sight. The era of slaughter and chaos would end in their hands, and it would end in their hands. Their king was their only hope. Qi Shangguan opened up the map of the savage continent, his finger sweeping across the vast map. Every inch his finger swept past was 1,000 li. To reach the southern region, she needed to first reach the southern region of the savage continent, which meant that she needed to cross the entire savage continent. The guards brought over a desk and carefully placed it in front of the throne. Under her command, the maids at the side brought in a large number of files like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, the desk was piled up like a mountain. To be honest, the solemn and dignified King Pagoda did not feel comfortable at all. Deep down, she was very repulsed by such a gesture. It would make her feel that she was just a symbol of power. However, her rationality told her that if she wanted to find Big Brother Tang Tian as soon as possible, it would be faster this way. Xiao Man responded and left quickly. Of course, the current Perseus King Court was still too weak compared to the honorable martial continent. The current Perseus King Court was like a balloon, as long as one poked a hole, it would leak. In such a short period of time, there were too many tribes that had joined in, the factions were all over the place, the command was out of control, their standards were all different, it was like a pot of messy stew. Is Big Brother Tian also watching the sunset at this time? Qi Shangguan threw the pen in her hand onto the desk. At the same time, she calmly dropped a heavy bomb in everyone's heart. Xiao Man landed on the King Pagoda and bowed. Miss, this is the information that we have gathered on the Southern Alliance. Because the honorable martial continent had no path of retreat, if they were to lose, Big Brother Tian's influence in the southern region would reach its peak, and at that time, the Southern Alliance would be unstoppable, and the unification of the southern region would be unstoppable. Let the various commanders come and discuss. Very quickly, Qi Shangguan, who was hailed as the goddess of war, accurately judged the situation. From the arrangement of the defensive line, Big Brother Tian had powerful military generals under him. But the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great, and the Honorable Martial Continent's three great generals were also shrewd and ruthless. The three great armies were like three sharp arrowheads that pounced towards the Shang continent. The astonishing King Pagoda was carried on the shoulders of 36 savage continents' powerful martial artists. Their upper bodies were naked with bulging muscles, their breathing was long and continuous, and their speed was faster than a galloping horse. The queen did not have any overbearing aura, she spoke slowly and steadily, but every time she spoke, it made Shang Bei feel as though a blade had sliced through butter. All the problems were exposed in front of her. The King Pagoda that was completely made out of gold had a length and width of 25 m. It was shaped like a pyramid, with 108 flights of stairs. Every step of the stairs had carvings of birds and beasts, as well as the heroes of the savage continent. Ascending the stairs, at the top of the King Pagoda, was a 10 m wide platform. There were no unnecessary decorations on the platform, only a single chair. Qi Shangguan secretly clenched her fists and encouraged herself. But the strategic significance of the Shang continent's passageway meant that it could not be abandoned. Tilda, if only Ah Shin is here, he is smart, maybe he can guess young Miss's thoughts. Tilda, he buried his head down, all of his hesitation had disappeared. He firmly believed that the queen was bestowed to the savage continent by the heavens, her maturity that far exceeded her age, her sharp gaze, her calm judgment, all of it made him exclaim in surprise. Because only a colossal being had the qualifications to shake another colossal being, for example the Honorable Martial Continent. Tilda, only like that, can I help Big Brother Tian? Tilda Shangguan Qian Hui sat quietly on the high throne, her gaze sweeping across the crowd that was kneeling on the ground in the distance. She knew that it was another tribe that had submitted. Wherever her King Pagoda went, the majority of the tribes would submit. Qi Shangguan saw the crux of the matter. The Shang continent had become a burden to the Southern Alliance. If they did not need to defend the Shang continent, then the vast southern region would be able to give Big Brother Tian enough space to maneuver and dodge. It's been hard on you. Qi Shangguan smiled, she took it and looked through it carefully. The savage continent had very little contact with the outside world, but luckily Qi Shangguan's power was not the same as before. She had secretly sent many experts to the southern region to gather information, especially the Southern Alliance. The young Miss's voice immediately roused Xiao Man's attention, and she immediately complied. Her gaze landed on the Wei Yi Guan continent. She carefully controlled the colossal being, as though she was treading on thin ice. Qi Shangguan praised in her mind, the layers of defensive lines were meticulously arranged, they were both real and fake. She had already found a few places that could be traps. Such a defensive line would make the Honorable Martial Continent pay a huge price. No one cared about the name of the Perseus King Court, as long as the king liked it. Those who did not submit were all defeated. Big Brother Tian was at a disadvantage. Qi Shangguan looked at the setting sun in a daze, her thoughts quietly spreading, her sharp and calm eyes became gentle like water. He was a person who had seen many big scenes, but in front of the young girl, he was completely suppressed by her aura, and there were a few times when his voice trembled. His Majesty asked very carefully. Some details that even he had overlooked were exposed in this kind of questioning. But they had made up their minds, in the future, the savage continent would only have one king court, and only one king court, and that would be the Perseus King Court. They had yearned for the savage continent to unify for too long, and yearned to end the chaos and killings for too long. But she was the young lady who was hailed as the goddess of war. In a moment, Ah Shin, Tai Ji, Ah Sai Ming and the rest rushed over. Their expressions were solemn, as though they knew that something big had happened. To the Honorable Martial Continent, it was the worst outcome. Shang Bei prostrated on the ground, he spoke of everything he knew while trembling with fear. When night fell, they started to set up camp. Xiao Man's voice broke her thoughts, the gentleness in her eyes disappeared, and she once again became sharp and calm. Her expression was normal, and she said indifferently, "Bring him to see me." When she appeared out of nowhere, and won every battle, she started to be viewed as the dawn of hope, as their hope. They worshipped her as their queen, and the savage continent's strong request created the current Perseus King Court, a rapidly expanding colossus. She quickly immersed herself in her work, and became extremely focused. The bodyguards carrying the king pagoda also carefully slowed down their speed. The gigantic king pagoda looked like it was gliding on water, without any tremors. The king pagoda was the request of the two divisions. They saw the dawn of the savage continent's unification. When that thought popped out, it grew uncontrollably in their hearts, and spread frantically. The light screen that the Perseus king crown released was as thin as a veil, enveloping the king throne, blocking the savage continent's blade like wind and snow. When the king crown was crowned, the body had to bear its weight. The savage continent was never a peaceful place, it was filled with battles and killings. The workload was so heavy that even Taiji, Siming and the rest could not bear to do it. In their eyes, although the king was brimming with talent, but she was still a young girl. Xiao Man stood by the side, feeling weird. Tilda, is the young miss going to take action against Muji Xia? Tilda, but they were still very far away from the Wei Yiguan continent, and to pay attention to Muji Xia at this time, wouldn't it be too early? Qi Shangguan was also awoken from her work. The king pagoda was quietly placed down, and the bodyguards guarded it vigilantly. She stood up and walked to the side of the king pagoda. The setting sun illuminated the king pagoda, and the young lady's figure, in the golden light, looked like a goddess. Muji Xia is about to make his move. She suddenly spoke out, Xiao Man, get the people below to find out more about the Wei Yiguan continent, and Muji Xia's movements for the past few years, the more detailed the better. In the end, he was convinced. Tilda, no wonder everyone said that she will unify the savage continent. Tilda, young miss, we found someone familiar with Muji Xia. Tilda, how can we help big brother Tian? Tilda, the citizens who were watching from afar all kneeled down. Chapter 774. Creak. The wooden door was pushed open, and a delicate and handsome man slowly walked out. When he saw the shock on Xiaohan Guang and Fu Zhengji's faces, he became even happier. He smiled and sat down. Master did not kill the two of them. Taiji and the rest could see it, but they did not believe that Muji Xia, the head of the 5 honorable martial tigers, could not see it. No one has ever conquered the savage continent before. The honorable martial continent is unstoppable. Tilda, the Perseus king court is becoming stronger every day. Tilda, Muji Xia was the first to walk into the Icewind Gap. My comrades are fighting. Tang Tian said, we need to support them. Tilda, Muji Xia will definitely take action, and he will do it soon. Tilda, he even felt that his own strength was not inferior to Tang Tian's. He opened the door with joy and confidence. Why do you want to kill them? Tang Tian shook his head. Tang Tian looked at Xu Yi. You want to return to the sacred Saint Galaxy? But no one panicked. Ever since they started following Shangguan Qian Hui, they had never lost a battle, one victory after another, and it gave them a strong confidence. At the last moment before his body was burned, he found a tiny chance of survival in the sea of death aura that was so dense that it almost seemed solid. Every single phenomenon was extremely minute, and if it was in the past, he would not have been able to catch it. Furthermore, they were in the savage continent. Surrendering was a humiliating thing to do, and after surrendering, being asked why they were not killed made them feel even worse. If looks could kill, then Xu Yi would have been killed countless of times. The swords in our hands have long been thirsty. Wei Yiguan continent. Xu Yi saw Tang Tian's embarrassment and laughed, then stood up. Tilda, allying with other tribes. Tilda, the possibility of that happening was extremely low, and Xiongbay's Blackwater tribe was the best example. The savage continent was extremely xenophobic, and Muji Xia had diluted the honorable martial continent's background for so many years, and only used trade to infiltrate, which had a good effect. But at such a sensitive time, for him to choose to join the fray, it would incur the vigilance and disgust of the various large tribes. Tang Tian was flustered, and did not know what to do. Although he was a tyrant, but it was rare for him to directly declare his position. The savage tribe that was used to fighting, how could they ignore the greedy beast behind Muji Xia, the honorable martial continent? Can this subordinate ask why Master wants to return to the sacred Saint Galaxy? Fu Zhangji asked carefully. This was the source of Taiji and the rest's confidence. In this land, from ancient times till now, they had never failed before. How many famous experts had tried to conquer this land, but without exception, they had all fallen in this snowy land. No one doubted Qi Shangguan's judgment. Countless ironclad facts had already proven this point. In Taiji Siming and the rest's hearts, the honorable martial continent's ambition towards the savage continent was no secret. Shu Yi stood up and bowed again. Please allow this subordinate to follow master back to our homeland. Muji Xia's weathered face was as hard as stone. He said these arrogant words calmly, but the soldiers in front of him did not feel their blood boil. They did not move at all, like steel machines. Like Muji Xia, their armors were full of scars, and the swords in their hands were worn out and dim. For a top-notch general like Muji Xia, after more than 20 years of painstaking effort, he definitely had enough trump cards in his hands. Advance. He stabilized his injuries, and with his entire body covered in death chi and black flames, he started to go into closed-door training. The death thumb ring was truly a treasure of death. The death chi surged and flowed endlessly. But for Shu Yi, who had gained enlightenment, the death chi was like the best nourishment and training material. No one in the Sin domain doesn't want to. Shu Yi said. You are the strongest army in the honorable martial continent, and I am the strongest military general in the honorable martial continent. The more he knew, the stronger he became, and when he looked at Tang Tian, he felt even more things, and the more reverence he felt in his heart. All of these things were things that he did not have the ability to see in the past. For example, the space around the master had extremely minute distortions. For example, the closer one got to the master's region, the fewer law threads there were. For example, when the wind brushed past the master's body, it would scatter, but when it left the master's body, it would once again return to normal. I want to bring them back to the sacred Saint Galaxy, Tang Tian said. If not for Qi Shangguan descending from the sky, if not for the heroic spirit accompanying her, she would definitely not be accepted by the savage continent so easily. Her faith in the heroic spirit and the mystical method of descending from the sky made her a legend. Other than all of these, she was alone, and that was the most important point. The orderly footsteps were like an unstoppable flood. Muji Xia, who was walking at the front, secretly nodded his head. The Icewind Gap's might was still terrifying, but it had reached the lowest he had ever recorded. The threat of the unified savage continent to the honorable martial continent was far greater than the southern region. Taiji, Siming and the rest were all heroes of their own regions, and would definitely be able to understand this point. The rise of the honorable martial continent was truly a history of expansion, and nibbling away was an instinct that was deeply hidden in their honorable martial bloodline. Although the wind power of the Icewind Gap had dropped to its lowest level, but the closer they got to the Icewind Gap, the wind power became even more terrifying. The white light of the formation undulated, but the soldiers inside the white light did not seem to notice it. Their expressions did not change at all as they walked towards the hole. Their imposing manner became one. The formation released a misty white light. The extremely cold air currents and wind blades entered the white light. Like clay oxen entering the sea, they disappeared. His heart was as pure as a newborn. That was Shu Yi's first evaluation of Tang Tian after coming out of closed-door training. The Null Division is completely assembled, Tang Tian said firmly. Sharpwind City, in a wooden house. How do you feel? Tang Tian asked with concern. No one would see the honorable martial continent as the savage continent's hope. The powerful honorable martial continent was like a blazing sun. It would only melt the ice and snow of the savage continent. It would swallow the savage continent whole. In the future, there would no longer be a savage continent. There would only be the honorable martial continent, and their traditions would never return. The tribes that had lived on the land for generations, they would no longer be the owners of the land. That slash contained too many things: faith, perseverance, bravery, willpower. Fu Zhengji's face immediately turned red. He forgot that he was a captive, and roared, "That is death. No one who tries to break through will be able to survive." Fu Zhengji and Xiao Hanguang were afraid of Shu Yi's strength, adding that they had just surrendered, and were fearful of Tang Tian. They did not dare flare up. The Perseus King Court's momentum had already started to show, and Muji Xia did not have much time left. The current Perseus King Court was still not strong enough, and he still had a chance to win. If Muji Xia did not make a move, the longer it went, the smaller his chances of winning would be. When the last white light disappeared from the ice wind tunnel, The crack canyon was once again filled with the whistling of the wind. Transforming the death chi into life force, his body was quickly recovering and strengthening. His understanding of life and death had reached a height that the ancestors of the Shu family never had. Shu Yi asked with a serious face, "When will Master head out?" "That's true, Master is not a person who kills indiscriminately." Shu Yi nodded his head, then suddenly changed the topic. "What will Master do after gathering your subordinates? Have you thought of a place to go?" Tilda truly perverse. Tilda this time, the Death Ring's eruption of death chi was too sudden, without any warning. When he reacted, he was already surrounded by the death chi. The dense death chi had even transformed into black flames, and his body was disappearing. Just as he thought that he was going to be incinerated, Tang Tian's decisive slash suddenly appeared in his mind. When the two of them who were still immersed in Shu Yi's transformation heard that, their faces immediately turned black. After coming out of closed-door cultivation, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If he were to meet He Xin again, he had the confidence to kill He Xin in a one-on-one situation. Muji Xia would definitely not sit by and watch the savage continent unify, and neither would the honorable martial continent. This is unprecedented. Shu Yi laughed. The death chi on his body had disappeared, and his temperament had undergone a huge change. The original Shu Yi gave people the feeling that he was constantly changing, but now, he was like a deep pool, calm and without any ripples, and even Tang Tian was unable to see through him. The most attractive thing was his eyes, which were as black as ink and as bright as stars. The ice wind tunnel was like a monster's mouth, slowly swallowing the army into its stomach. He did not give up. He unsheathed the military sword at his waist, turned and took the lead, walking towards the crevice in the canyon. The army behind him also unsheathed their swords and advanced in an orderly fashion. Tang Tian was not angry. He looked at the excited Fu Zhengji and said seriously, "I will go." She was seen as the hope to unify the vast and chaotic savage continent. She was like a ray of sunlight that pierced through the darkness. She would bring change to the savage continent. She could bring everyone together, but the savage continent was still everyone's savage continent. No one could guess what Muji Xia would do, and neither could Qi Shangguan. Once Muji Xia walked out of the Wei Yiguan continent, he would step onto the savage continent's soil. Shu Yi maintained his smile. He was not angry. "We do not need to conquer them, we only need to defeat them, or more accurately, we only need to defeat the Perseus King Court. We need to make the savage continent return to the past, we need to kill their unrealistic thoughts in the cradle. Destroy, we only need to destroy, completely destroy." Tang Tian blurted out, "I thought the Xin domain people had already lost their bravery." Everyone's discussion was on what method Muji Xia would choose. Shu Yi was moved, but when he saw the awkward smile on Tang Tian's face, he suddenly felt that it was good. He suddenly bowed to Tang Tian, "Master's grace of giving me a new lease of life, this subordinate is unable to repay it. From today onwards, wherever Master's blade points, this subordinate will charge and kill." The army did not stop, all of their resolute faces did not have any emotions, the seemingly bottomless ice wind gap did not make them hesitate at all. He could capture it now, but there were many things that he was unable to explain. But, he knew that behind all these small and complicated phenomena was an unfathomable power. He did not know how unfathomable it was, but it was obvious that it was much stronger than him. Tilda, my guess was right. Tilda, everyone was startled. To them, it was a name that had been around for a long time, and they were already unfamiliar with it. The Perseus King Court moved quickly and efficiently. But when he saw Tang Tian for the first time, the pride that came from his improvement was instantly washed away. It was as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, drenching him from head to toe, causing him to calm down. But Fu Zhengji hesitated. He wanted to remind Tang Tian that no one had ever been able to return to the sacred Saint Galaxy from the Xin domain, but seeing Tang Tian's determined face, he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Muji Xia looked at the soldiers in front of him, and the first sentence that he spoke attracted everyone's attention. "We have stayed here for 20 years, and people have already forgotten how strong we are. The Wei Yiguan continent snowstorm has covered up our blades, and they think that we are just businessmen.